Yes, sir. Nigusa Salam. Welcome in.
Which is establishing our self-governance so that we can hand to the next generations self-determination, liberation. I don't know about you, but I would really want my children not to live in the fight or flight of the system of their oppressors, but be liberated and govern themselves and know what that feels like. We don't have to argue about the religions. We don't even have to argue about a name. It's we, the black peoples of the world, gave it just a standing in law. So you don't have to fight about this and that. Just accept that you're all melanated, you're all black, wherever. Here. Now use this. Build yourselves. They naming you anyways. Here you go. But people today are trying to create the same reality, and then they try to find a government in Africa or another authority to acknowledge them. We've already been acknowledged by the King of Kings. Do we acknowledge that? Why is it difficult? For us to be the law fulfillers, the Yahshua, the Amenhotep, the holders of the hidden peace? Will we give this peace to our children? The great rest. So this is what the goal and the objectives are, is to build those minds, to build that vision, that empowerment. Then we all will take our gifts and create a greater reality.
I people island for worthless such as this them one believe. Well, skill something you keep on coming. Hey, skill something you keep on coming. Yeah.
It's very strategic. And it's like a mild moving force, but yet in the aging of time and understanding, it is a powerful force that's been waiting to be yielded, in which it was developed for. This is the stage in which we the black peoples of the world, to show them the importance of coming under the emperor. One people, one aim, showing them that he gave us the standing in law. Now we must use it in this power. He gave us the charter. He gave us the constitutional power now as a governing people to have equality. For it takes an equal force or a greater force to overcome a force. So now we go before governments as government. No one else was going to give us that. No one else. Still, it's 2025, and people are yipping and yelling right now because they can't even get the AU to acknowledge it to a certain component. His Majesty didn't leave it for them to do. He already did it. It already took place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome into our story. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gonna have a wonderful evening tonight. The God King. Yes, sir. It is the 11th month to 27th date. Thursday night again. We are here at 7:30 p.m. warming up the season, getting into the vibe so we could get into this mindset to get this knowledge downloaded, seeded, planted, um, working our own to keep it watered, keep it cared for. Yes, indeed. Welcome into our story. Have a good evening. Um, definitely looking forward to some wonderful vibes. Yes, sir.
Singing. Oh, 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 joy and happiness dwells with it. Don't go sinking deep in the hole that you're deep. Mental side in full swing. You better increase your meditation. Ease the pressure society you bring. No, it's your obligation to retrieve what is ours. Children of light, children of light, stand firm. I am not fall, standing tall in our hearts. Upward that heart, stand firm. I am not fall, standing tall in our hearts. Oh, natural love, mama and papa, bless ya in our love. As I had done, gratitude for I and I forward from saying, yeah, well be done. Every single thing at all. Jaja never give I nothing all. Why and I can't be so I will be prepared and I will be aware I got to stand. No enough fall, standing tall in the eyes of what I stand firm. I am not fall, no, standing tall. Yeah, I am standing tall. Yeah, no pestilence shall I fear. Sandalwood, frankincense, murder dear. Walking through the valley, them a creep but can't get near. Word sound manifest, you know. See, let there be light, loving kindness. Yeah, the key is in unity. I and I together, yeah. I and I together, yeah. I and I together, yeah. The key is in unity. I and I together, yeah. Weep them out, weep them out, weep them out. Weep them out, weep them out, weep them out. Weep them out, weep them out, weep them out. Weep them out, weep them out. Them out, weep them out, weep them out, weep them out. Weep them out, weep them out, weep them out. Weep them out, weep them out, weep them out. No study, no corona. Tell her fi move her soul from Boya. Cause once them take your crown, you are go under. Bounded by the flesh, Kabbalista seek dominion with illusion be in your Zion. You must stand in honor. You must stand in honor of thy mother and thy father. I take it by the highest of order. That is the armor. Babylon, whip them out, whip them out, them out, whoa. Whip them out, whip them out, whip them out, whoa. Whip them out, whip them out, whip them out, whoa. Star seed stand firm, 2 feet planted on the ground. That is your armor. Stand firm, 2 feet planted on your ground. That is your armor. I and I must be fearlessly standing firm. I and I must be tirelessly Yes, I.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to our story. We're starting a read soon. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone.
Mussolini was blessed by the poor. Jando, yeah. Hey, justically resistant to row. Rastafari, Rastafari, yeah, listen, Jando, justically resistant to row. Mussolini was blessed by the poor. Jando, hey, in them Christian demographics, in their Christian demographic, they falsify, they blue-eye the black Christ with the ethics. You still on your Christian forefather slave owner politics. Still have the false image, deceiving the nations with it, deceiving the nations in the chronic, pathological, lying epidemic. Yeah, your sermon is a death threat clinic. Talking about the devil system and working for it. All man who stand up against it, we getting hurt for it, hurt for it. Justical resistance to row, justical resistance to row, justical resistance to row, justical resistance to your brush and go. Yeah, oh. Hey, hold your honorable mention citation. Every time they see the God man, it's some intricate simplicity, articulation, philosophy, articulation. Yeah. Because of human conceptual limitation, Jah Rastafari got black as the first covenant. Jah was in the world, and the world was made by him. First man eternal, yeah. First flesh eternal without brush and comb. We talk of a signal and we want to go home. Rastafari, justically resistant, justic resistance to row. Mussolini was blessed by your poor, yeah. With your mustard, yes, experimentation. With your thermonuclear warfare, experimentation. They crucify the black Christ and the blue eye. The blue eye that same black Christ with the ethic, with their demographics and their politics. You still on your slave owner, forefather politics. You still have the same false image, deceiving all the nations, deceiving all the nations with it, deceiving all the nations with it. Yeah, in the lying pathological chronic epidemic, the sermon is a death threat clinic, talking about the devil system, and they're working for it. Yeah, and all the man who stand up against it, we getting hurt for it, hurt. And so we justically resistant. Oh, yeah. So I stay here. That's how I stay here. And so I stay here. So I stay here. Justically resistant to row. Mussolini was blessed by your pope. With your mustard gas experimentation. With your thermonuclear warfare experimentation. Hey. In the Christian demographics, they falsify, blue-eye this black man with their ethics. still on your slave owner for border politics. And still have the false image, deceiving the world nations, deceiving all the nations with it. And this is the truth. In the lion chronic, pathological lion epidemic, your sermon is a death threat clinic, talking about the devil system, and you belong and work for it. All the man who stand up against it, don't get hurt for that. Nitty-gritty. Bob Marley, tell us all the man who stand up against it get hurt for it, getting hurt for it. Yeah, yeah. But that's how I stay, yeah. That's how I stay, yeah. That's how I stay, yeah. Justical resistance to roll. Justical resistance to roll. Mussolini was blessed by your Pope. Yeah. For your mustard gas experimentation before Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Ethiopia was the place where your first experimented be. Hey, with your mustard gas experimentation. Your
Yes, I give thanks. All right, now we're gonna have the national anthem. Let's become on it.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. We're gonna have the prayer vice, the chaplain coming in. Negusa salam, chaplain.
Ngusa salam leku makamegatu abakudus kadamawe katamawe highly selassie siyam exhib.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Chaplain, if you could open us up with the prayer for the evening. Give thanks.
Give thanks in this blessed hour, in this blessed time, for another day to do better than yesterday, another day to perform our mission that has been bequeathed to we, the Black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, secure justice, and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. We do hereby gather and uphold and ordain this Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated to us as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Mahel Safari, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Negus Rastafari, Siyam Exhibir, in association with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29 and Article 30. So we give thanks to our Father, who is our spiritual tutelage, to give our United a chance to take part in this holy Armageddon, to bring peace, for the age is done, as his auxiliary force in the West, to be watchmen for I in this holy time. So I give thanks continually for this opportunity. Negusa salam, lekulekimu, makam negatu, abakudus kadamawe, katamawe, haile selasti, siam exhiabia. Yinugusti negesitu yedeli meskele. Yi Ethiopia kaheb negusi. Yi negusi kidus de wede, amlakana halena wastawana. Hasana hastana. Tata amasagana. Amlakana halena wastawana. Hastana hastana. Tata amasagana. Amlakana halena wastawana. Hasana hastana. Tata amasagana. Amlakana, Hailena, Wasawana, Hastana Hastana, Tata, Amastagana, Amlakana, Hailena, Wasawana, Hastana Hastana, Sata, Amastagana. The King of Peace be with us all. Blessed rising with the glorious King, our Holy Father, the victorious first might and power of divine peace of the Kudus Selassie. The Lord's anointed king, the emperor's cross of victory. Ethiopia's star king, the emperor's holy coronation. Our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Behold, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest. To our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. I hold. How blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed is the King of Israel. For glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory, behold, how blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. Stila, Stila, our liberator, our restorer, our emancipator. For I am life, I am love, I am light, I am liberation. Stila, Stila. Give thanks.
Yes, yes, give thanks, Chuck. Yes, indeed. All right. And now we'll have our Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Lazarus Nazareth. Come on in and start with the E. Listen, love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are you ready, Chip?
Yeah, good to go.
Yes, sir. So, greetings, divine blessings, and love. We greet you as we always state: love, life, light, liberation. We're gonna dig in on a certain level tonight, and we're gonna try to have some good discussions. It's our story, so it's our open discussion. But what we're gonna start with: solidarity. And what is the component of our solidarity at this time? So let me do this. All right. This is the right one. I'm sorry, that's not the right one. So our brother Sife was one of the main people to push us to look back at this Clayton Adam. Ethiopia, the land of promise. Our elders made that quote. What did it mean? Because when we say promise, most of the time we associate it with the term of promised land. So we're going to do just a little quick read out of it, because the components are one that is going to lead our discussion of solidarity. The events of this book actually came true. Black soldiers in Ethiopia all over the world gathered together as the Ethiopian emperor left on May 5th, 1936, to fight the Battle of Armageddon. After exactly 5 years of the battle, May 5th, 1941, the Ethiopian emperor returns to Ethiopia's victorious. He then sets up the Ethiopian Union, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, calling it the Organization of African Union. So the goal is unity. Africa, Ethiopia is attacked. And the reality of what is necessary becomes the works, well, it was always the works of His Majesty since 1919, 1921. But it becomes the works under the OAU, and then August 25th, 1937, it becomes the work of the Ethiopian World Federation. But what is the works? What is the goal of the works, and what is the works? The same year, Robert Athilia Rogers, another black man, also produced a pamphlet called The Negro Map of Life. And he began traveling across the United States preaching the law of Ethiopians' redemption. The law of Ethiopians' redemption. 2 years later, in 1919, the Regent Planetary, Rastafari, sent 4 ambassadors by way of the ocean to the United States. The Royal Ethiopian Mission included Dejamat Nadeo, Empress Zadatu's nephew, and the commander of the Imperial Army, Ato Balegeta, and Heru Wode Selassie, the mayor of Addis Ababa, Ato Khatib Gabro, and Mayor Gondar, and Ato Sinkas, secretary of the commander of the Imperial Army. Their purpose was to renew treaty of friendship with the United States signed by the Emperor Menelik. In honor of their visit, the Ethiopian flag was ceremoniously hoisted over the White House. Hoisted over the White House. Now, this is when we still being hung, we still being violated, and there is no respect for blacks in America. And here comes an African, Ethiopian, black diplomatic entourage into America, and the flag is hoisted over the White House. During the Ethiopian mission, the bloodiest race riots in Chicago history erupted on July 27, 1919. Eugene Williams, a young black boy, drowned at 29th Street Beach after a rock thrown by George Starber, a young white boy, knocked Williams from a raft. The Ethiopian prince Nedo, who stated he had seen the Chicago Defender's newspaper in Ethiopia, told one of the reporters, Ethiopians dislike brutality, burning at the stake, lynching of any nature, and other outrages handed down upon the African American people. Fight on and don't stop. Fight on and don't stop was the words. Before the Ethiopian mission ended, an invitation to repatriate to Ethiopia was made to Rabbi Arnold Ford. That the offer of repatriation was given to him was extremely significant because Rabbi Ford was the leader of the Hebrew Israelites, Black Jews, of Harlem. In this capacity, he would be able to resettle the existent remnants of Israel that was captured in the slave trade. In addition, Rabbi Ford was musical director of Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. So here comes a repatriation effort being issued by Ethiopia. Given that the UNIA was the largest, greatest organization of the scattered Ethiopian Africans, it makes it perfect sense to make the offer to the UNIA. So the argument now that our organizations from the UNIA to everyone that just did this ECOSOC and AU meetings, the bases were on what? All of the basis of this meeting was to get the AU, African leaders, to recognize the diaspora in a diplomatic capacity. Why? Because to stop your oppressor, it takes an equal force or a greater force. If we are labeled as subjects of the colonial empires, then we are subject to their oppression. So the goal was not to be subject to the colonial empire. The declaration at this time was, we are Ethiopians. Why? Why is it so important at that time to say we are Ethiopians? Blacks, indigenous, Moors, Hebrews, Asa, Aset, Akan, Yoruba, Bantu, all over the world were under colonial enslavers' authority. We were kidnapped, enslaved, colonized, declared subjects under the papal bull doctrine. We were declared soulless beings. We were declared people without a nation. Bag of, I forgot what you call it, that roamed the earth. We had no position in life, according to the Papa Bull and Europeans' colonial empires. So everything we did was as subjects of that. The goal is not to be subject of that jurisdiction. The goal goal is not to be the subject of that jurisdiction. Now, do we fight in that jurisdiction for the treatment of an equal citizen? Because then has the condition of being subject under your colonizers changed? No, you're just saying, if you could treat me a certain way, it won't be that bad. That has nothing to do with freedom. That has nothing to do with liberation. That's when you've been beating so bad that you're like, whatever you could give me, I'll take. And then it becomes, I'll even make your story look good to the world. So in this stage, from the Hebrew, from the Pan-African, the declaration is Ethiopian. Ethiopia is the only sovereign, independent, indigenous nation. The colonizers are everywhere. They're in Nigeria, they're in all of the lands. And they're in the Americas. And so at this stage, it's strategic in all aspects. Division does you no good. And in this time, because the brutality was still at a certain level, and the hopes for a black victory was still at a certain level, and the different fractions of religious constructs are just evolving now in a level in the black communities. See, because we're still contained at a certain level to what the plantation assimilated as normal, non-taboo. But the dimensions in which the mindsets are reaching out is in people who are part of world affairs. In that aspect, the mindset now is separation. In the Pan-African original views, there was we, the black peoples of the world. And not just because we're saying that because of the Ethiopian constitution. But that was the reality of when the people responded to what was happening with Ethiopia. It wasn't no, I'm an American, I don't know nothing about no Africa. My people is indigenous. It was none of that. It was the reality that these people are trying to extinguish our fire, our light. And Ethiopia, by whatever reason you want to say, was the last outhold or last stronghold in the fight. Now, as we go through our studies, it's going to be seen that somewhere at some point in time, this is not by accident. The process, the preparation of pulling Ethiopia back into that interior segment of Africa, disappearing out of the entanglements to a time to where it was a mystery to the world. Almost like it was a strategy to preserve something as they witnessed to something taking over. And almost like the strategist said, there's an inevitable reality here. And unless we go and preserve, there will be none of the truth for tomorrow. Now, the clashing of that is the preserving takes on the form of religion. And people miss that as time evolves in our circumstances, the tutelage of the preservers, of the protectors, of the keepers of that rightful way, in a sense. The names change, but they don't all the way change. The roots are still there. And a lot of times until you get to those roots, it's hard to identify it. So when we go through this history component, we like to touch back into law. And I'm saying this because a lot of times we have these discussions, and I don't want people to miss the point, is I got my Black Law Dictionary. Where I put it at? Oh, it's sitting on the table. Hold on one moment. Just hold on one moment. Because, you know, when we started this build, we went through these definitions. And a lot of times, you know, we just keep moving in the hopes of, you know, it is the pattern in which we studied it lines up to give you an overstanding in a more completer manner. And that is to push you to have a clear understanding to take the fight in more of a solidarity and unity. So I'm going to read this. I'm going to go back to this definition right quick because I don't want us to get ahead of it. And a lot of times it's the assumption that everyone is in that space. So let's do this. Gotta take this background off. Hold on. All right. So what I'm gonna do right here, if it turns for y'all. All right. Screen up. All right, so right here, and I'm trying to make it get clear, but it's not turning with my phone. It didn't turn with my phone, did it? I'll read it. The diplomatics. So the terminology is diplomatics. And the key with diplomatics is when you speak of diplomatics, you think of sovereign. You think in a sovereign capacity. But diplomatics is a science. It's a science. The science, trying to make sure it's clear for y'all. The science of diplomas, or of an ancient writings and documents. The art of judging of ancient charters, public documents, diplomas, etc., and discriminating the true from the false. That's diplomatics. So a lot of times you'll hear us say our story, and we're following the Ethiopian World Federation's constitution, a charter, chartered from an ancient empire. And the designation is to assimilate ancient Ethiopian. So now that's diplomatics. See, because diplomatics actually starts in knowing the truth. Diplomatics is actually what we're doing when we're studying our ancient history. Why? Because this is the legal basis of your argument of the delegation of authority. So when we challenge the system of colonial empires, we challenge them based on what is your delegation of authority. Show us your ancient documents that you have an authority over us other than the Papal Bull Wars, which are the acts of colonialism and slavery, already defined. So we don't have to argue and try to define it as such. The Papal Bull Wars have already been declared by their own courts as acts of colonialism and slavery. His Imperial Majesty came and placed the morality back in international law. What does that mean? His Imperial Majesty came and placed morality back in international law. International law was governed by the principle of dominance by European forces. Prior to the war in Ethiopia's victory against Italy. International law, the Berlin Conference, example, was defined on Europeans claiming a delegation of authority over us based on ancient claims under diplomatical authority. The primacy of Peter, the Pope's claim of an authority. Where does this authority come from? This is what we are assessing. We're not just doing history study for religious debate, for trendy internet religious debate. We are doing diplomatic studies. Now, in the process of that, because we come under customary law, I'll say it again, customary law trumps international law. Let's do a question right here before I pull up the next document. Customary law trumps international law. Why? This is the beginning of the studies, y'all, for diplomatics. I want somebody to try to answer it, and let's reason on this. Why would we make a statement and we say we're using international law now, right? All right. So understand it's a statement. We use international law, but we're coming through customary law. And customary law trumps international law. Why does customary law trump international law? Anyone got a reasoning on it? Anybody got a thought on it?
Gusta salam, leku.
Yes, I come forth, come forth.
Yes, I. Well, uh, the customary law and customary liberty is your birthright, given. You know, it's the natural order of creation. Um, it was brought to my attention in the Willie Lynch letter because Willie Lynch he mentioned it. You know that the goal was to break us from our customary freedom and our customary liberty. You know, he mentioned that in the Willie Lynch making of a slave and the making of a Negro. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Alongside.
Yes, sir.
I would,
Come.
would like to say I put my comments in the chat, but I will verbalize it for all to hear. And I would add to the comment that my understanding is because customary law is the traditional consensus of the people.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Give thanks. Anyone else? Anyone else? I said exactly, and I'll make the point, but there's still anyone else can put their bills on it. All right. Now, you used to be able to go online and pull it up, right? And they would say it in the definition. International law is the development of Europeans' agreements of dominance in the trade sectors and who controls what area and what land. Customary law resorts back to the laws and the things that govern the people before colonialism. When we were taken in slavery, we weren't taken out of nations. So nationality is not the call of the day. Nationality is the trauma of the day. That's why Africa is yelling today, a border-free Africa. Nationality, nation borders came from the Berlin Conference. The agreements of European on how to govern world affairs and trade is what we define today as international law. Now, when we say His Imperial Majesty is a master chess player in the strategical movements, is if you understand that, you look at then they defined international agreements under their dominance position. But after the war against Ethiopia, definitions such as self-determination, human rights became the language. See, the Berlin Conference was not about human rights nor self-determination. So the morality had to be placed back into international law. What was the morality? The recognition of the consent of the people, and the people, you know, as we say, those in the Bible say, every man and woman must return to their own vine and fig tree. Their customary rights. We came out of kingdoms, queendoms, tribal states, empires. And so now we negotiate a return into Africa on those who are dealing with repatriations. Even if you're just dealing on indigenous, we negotiate under citizen subjections, not as a return unto our customary law. Now, some will say, well, if you say Ethiopian World Federation and Ethiopian World Federation is incorporated, then how can you say you've returned to customary law? See, the problem is we have to look at the strategy and the moves. So after 1941, May 5th, League of Nations dissolves, United Nations, declarations of human rights, Declaration of Indigenous Rights. Now the language of international law is not based on European dominance. If His Majesty, if Ethiopia, the Empire of Ethiopia, had succumbed to Mussolini, do any of you think that language of European dominance would have changed?
No.
No. So we can clearly say that the victory of Ethiopia was a victory for the whole world. So when we speak, we the black peoples of the world, and we speak of His Majesty, it is a blessing unto all. But in the context of the Ethiopian World Federation, you have first what we just read, the 1919-1921 delegates and the offer of repatriation, you have then the June 15th, 1935 declaration of His Majesty that he is our last hope. Our last hope for what? So even though you could say His Majesty didn't travel into countries saying, return, be under me, see, it's strategy. It was a silent move. But the moves took more than one move. It was more than one piece being pushed. The only way the whole checkmate aligns is you've got to push all of the pieces into a certain place. So first we speak on the morality being put back into international law. Now most of this is not genuine European change of heart. It's still their strategy for trade. It's still their strategy because they know they turn on each other. So a lot of the agreements under international law, self-determination, and all of these things was media propaganda to most of the nations. And when last time we read through international law on the law of self-determination, that by initially placing it under the United Nations and the declarations and saying indigenous rights, the nations had no obligation still to uphold it. And they knew that. Just to be part of a trade entity and say they're a democratic people or they agree to this and da-da-da-da, that's their propaganda to be able to move forward. So they agreed because they knew they were of no real obligation. Because the clause under the United Nations is that the United Nations does not infringe on the sovereignty of the nations just because they join in an agreement with them on certain things. So every nation has a sovereign protection. So this ain't no easy move. You've got to break their corporate veils. This is what everybody's talking about when they talk about trust and all of this. How you break the corporate veil. How you get into the veil of the trust. So this is some serious strategy. This ain't no regular strategy. Because every nation has in their clause a protection. So when we say His Majesty is a strategist, a master chess player in these international affairs, it's not subjected to a biasness on a religious belief. We're dealing with the living reality. The living reality. So now you have the UN placing this in language. The nations agreeing. The nations agree. But they have no obligation. But the law of the world right now, because of slavery and as His Majesty said in his speech to the OAU in 1963, they made us chattel. So you hear a lot of UCC people talk about that now. that they made a chattel commercial paper. They selling us on the market. So His Majesty understood they made us chattel. So that meant the laws of this operations here are commerce. Most of you are learning that as you study UCCs and all of this other stuff everyone's going. You're learning that there's a commerce operation. But the key in all commerce is what? Floor is open. The key in commerce is what? Come on, y'all. We got a long way to go.
Mr. Salam, like you know,
Yes, I come forward.
I would say diplomacy, you know.
Okay. Well, not exactly. The key in commerce, the floor is open. Anyone else? Somebody else got a point? Somebody else got a thought? What is the key in commerce? Yes, I. You're kind of low. Just speak up a little bit more. Come forward.
Barakan. I would say the key to commerce is trust and agreement.
There you go. Contract. The key of commerce is the contract, is the agreement. The only way to break the corporate veil is through the contract. See, what happens is most of our Pan-African movements, they go into these international courts and they argue slavery and colonialism as a thing of the past. When they argue it as a thing of the past, the courts come back and say, well, we can't retroactive these human rights agreements back to then because that wasn't the agreements of commerce and international law then. So it wasn't illegal. So then slavery and colonialism falls under it wasn't illegal. So what happened? You allowed the definition of their jurisdiction to determine what is legal and illegal. You argue slavery as a thing of the past. So there's still a sovereign veil. So the sovereign veil, the international court can't break. And they're not going to break it for you because that means they violate their contractual agreement. And they could be held liable. So in the aspects of not arguing slavery and colonialism in the past, it requires key positions. First position is somebody had to give us a definition in international law of self-determination, indigenous rights, human rights. It gives us a basis of a foundation to stand on. That's the first stage. Next stage is someone has to place us under their jurisdiction. This is big. The primacy of Peter is the claim of the Pope that he is the highest authority of God on earth. UCC, the first thing you start learning about is holder in due course. Holder in due course. Now that don't even sound like money or nothing. It sounds like on a ship. Due course. What's the course? The holder in due course. Something's due to them. What's the course? Something's due to them. Who's the holder? So if You go to your bank to get finance for a car. Your bank then becomes the first lien holder when you purchase the car. You put the money down on the car that the bank gave you. The car lot becomes the second lien holder. You're the debtor. Now, you file your UCC here. You challenge the United States government. You do your security agreement, you do all your declarations, you file your removal, you tell them you claiming your straw man back, all of that. So you challenge the second lien holder, and you say you have the right of holder in due course. But the first lien holder, their claim of holder in due course is based on being the highest authority of God on earth. Now you have to counterclaim that to remove the lien of the Pope. Remember, the Pope puts out the delegation of authority that gives Europeans the right to colonize, enslave, and so forth. And through that, they set up jurisdictions of authority. This is what you call your government. The administrative body governing the jurisdiction that was given under the Papal Bull Wars. Now you, me, couldn't counter the Pope's claim. We've already been taken kidnapped. We are not holding a charter of ancient position. So we have no diplomatic powers. Our birthright has been erased. So we have no diplomatic powers. So we're just chattel, lost at sea in the unholy sea, which they call the Vatican. And the only person that can counter the claim of the primacy of Peter in international standings is His Imperial Majesty. Because the ancient texts that they use to declare their authority place David as the claimant of birthright authority. Judah, the principle of the primacy of Peter comes secondhand through the Jesus story of saying that Jesus made Peter the authority. So now you have to see the double edge of the Jesus story. Because it's used to wield a jurisdiction and authority. So on June 15th, 1935, when His Majesty declared that He is our last hope, and He declared that He is the Emperor of all of Africa. He is the king of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States. The counter to the claimage of the Papa Bull jurisdiction over us. Those who were not a people, who would be gathered from the north, east, west, and south, and made a people, made whole again. It's a living reality. See, that's the works. And once that jurisdiction was countered, October 1935, the Pope sent Mussolini into Ethiopia. And Mussolini said he's going to take God off his throne. Now I wonder what he heard that would make him cite such words. See, because what happens is we say the elect of God. When England broke off from the church because of Henry VIII wanting to get a divorce, England wanted to trump the church. So they exposed a claim to trump the church. England claimed to be sitting on the stone of the throne of David. So they're not talking religion. They talking diplomatics. So England pushed this element to hold this position in the medieval times in the war between them and the church. But at the same time, they were saying that they were under the authority of Prester John. This is why we went through the Prester John story. Because that's the hidden history right there. Ethiopia was the delegation of authority under the king priest right, Melchizedek. But that went even further. Because as His Majesty said, the rock of all ages. Now the other day I just realized that His Majesty said that. I always gave that statement to Rastafari because it was the elders in my community, Mama Bubbles, Bobo Fire in Atlanta, Rock of All Ages was always a statement. But I never knew that His Majesty made that statement for Ethiopia. So when we say His Majesty made that statement for Ethiopia, we'll go deeper in that because that's the key to the topic. But now, here comes November the 2nd, 1930, His Majesty being crowned with the titleage of David, of Judah. So when we witness to the Europeans going to Ethiopia to witness to the crowning of the king, this is part of their heritage under the Prester John stories. This is why England played close to His Majesty. So understand the relationships here. So now the Pope's claim is countered. The claim in which Europeans used around the world to create jurisdictions in which they govern under that charter. So now when you talk diplomatic international law, counteractions, you're tracking them to that charter as their claim of delegation of authority. You can't go no further back where their delegation of authority would exist over the people. So now you're entering into a customary position or time period prior to them. This is your position in law. This is your standing in law. Now, when you make a claim, I am an Ethiopian, I am a holder of a divine right, where's your charter? That's diplomatics. What shows you're tied to this ancient empire? Well, I profess it. Well, that ain't diplomatics. The Jews profess that they are tied to the land of Israel. Is that really the law? No, they ignore it. So, in the overstanding of that, His Majesty already moved that piece. He gives you the charter that connects you to the empire of Ethiopia. Now, when we say empire, or when we say king of kings, when we say emperor, that's customary. That's your ancient existence. And under this customary empire, there are many nation states. And you can track that back in time. You can track it to Mesopotamia. You can track it to India. You can track it to the Americas. You can track it to China. That's diplomatics. So now when you speak to nations and governments, you speak in your power. Because His Majesty has given you a charter to give you an equal position. Because what you call governing jurisdictions of the colonies are charters, colonies of the slave empires. See, because they weren't nations and states. It was the Kingdom of England, Kingdom of France, Kingdom of Spain. And so these charters are what you still today call governments. So when you counter them, you don't counter them as this is what you did to us in the past. You now say, I am under the charter of the Ethiopian Empire. What is your delegation of authority over me? You're placing yourself, as international law says, you have the right to nationality. Indigenous and colonized people have the right to return to their indigenous and customary ways. So now you're returning under the charter. So His Majesty moved that piece. So that's 2 moves. But as we said before, international law, the United Nations, yeah, they say you got indigenous rights and this and that, but the colonies, the governments who are under corporate charters, doing the business of the empire, they have a clause, a veil, a corporate veil that protects them. Even though they came to the United Nations and signed up, they have a corporate veil. They have a corporate veil. And we said earlier, the only way to break the corporate veil and to hold them in obligation is through contract. Now, when you fight, you're not fighting in the past, you're fighting in the present that they're in breach of their contract. And slavery is illegal in all senses and forms. If the delegation of authority that they're using to say their jurisdiction oversees your life is still based on the Papa Bull, then you're still in slavery. You're still colonized today. And so now your claim can break the corporate veil. And it's not retroactive to the past. It's in the present. No one goes to the international court arguing the present. See, now in the present, now you've got remedy and recourse. But at the same time we speak this, and we say that we're under the jurisdiction of His Majesty and we're operating under the Empire of Ethiopia, and we can ask them their delegation of authority, there are many of us that will turn right around and ask them for rights and license. I understand. And we're in a position where it takes us as a collective. See, because you by yourself are not a sovereign. So a lot of times people are doing UCC filings and all of these other things, and they're doing it in the capacity of going against the government by themselves, saying they're a sovereign, and they get beat down. Why? Because they can't carry that weight by themselves. So let's go through 2 documents first so we can get a clarity here. And then we're going into our history to understand what we're saying. So let's do this.
Minister, you got a hand up?
Okay, hold on. Let me just read this, and I'll take the floor in a minute. So when we start talking about sovereignty, international law, and so forth, the Montevideo Convention became a collective agreement on definitions in that perspective. Article 1, the state as a person, because a lot of you have been doing UCC and you're finding out, oh, they my name in all capital letters, and they made me a fictitious person. That means they made me a corporate body. Well, that's a codification, is that the way they document you in the data is put in that as a utility vehicle. And they make you a utility vehicle because documenting you in any other form makes you just really, they putting on paper you they slave. So the language puts you in a corporate body. So you learn this as that this word person means corporation in a fictitious kind of, not a real person, as a living being. The state as a person of international law. So what makes you under international law? Because what's the key? As a person, it should pass the following qualifications: a permanent population. So we know this is not an individual. Not a person can't have a population. So this is not an individual claim. And this is being done in 1930s. At the same time when His Majesty declares that he is the emperor of all of Africa and the king of all Negroes. This is being done. So the state as a person of international law should possess the following qualifications: a permanent population, a defined territory, government, and the capacity to enter into relationships with other states. 1, we the black peoples of the world, population. Population. Defined territory, black peoples of the world. 2nd, Shashamane, making the people, I'm just going to give a point, the people who are members of the Ethiopian World Federation, then all are really legally landholders in Ethiopia already, based on the Shashamane Charter. And then the EWF is chartered in the International Governmental Organization of the People. So next you say, if you're a government, where's your constitution? So we have a chartered constitution, bylaws to govern ourselves. Now, the Constitution makes us all keepers of a sacred fire. And that means that's our divine heritage as keepers of the sacred fire. What's the sacred fire? The sovereignty of Ethiopia. What does that mean? So we have a government, and then the capacity to enter into relationships with the other states. So when the Ethiopian World Federation signed a treaty with the Lakota Nation, signed a treaty with the state of the African diaspora, this is entering into relationships with other states. So it meets the 4 prongs of a person of international law. So now, as a collective, we have a strength. So this thing, the King of Kings gives you 3 moves right there. So now you have the ability to move in an equal chartered capacity as your oppressor. Now you're a countering force. But your oppressor still may say, I'm of no obligation to uphold letting them have indigenous rights. I agree to people, but not in my territory. And they don't have to do it. They govern in themselves. So they don't have no obligation. We're going to straighten that in a minute. Floor is open. I can't see the hand because I just see the stream. So floor is open before I go.
Kebra.
Yes, I come forward. Floor is open.
Greetings. Thank you so much for this, this lesson, this space. I really appreciate all of you in the room tonight. I was going to ask for clarification of the charter, if the charter was the Ethiopian World Federation's constitution, and that's the charter for us in the West. And I still want to like clarify that and get the answer, but something else came up while you were speaking that I just wanted to speak to a little bit, not speak to at length, but just kind of ask a question in that as well. So I actually lived in Shashamani for a couple years, and the situation out there, I don't know, for those who have like been or lived there, is very strange in the sense that we we were given this mandate, I'll call it, to go and live according to what His Majesty had laid out, and people were not necessarily successful. And what ended up happening is part of the land was, I'm not sure if all of it or what the case is currently with that, but land has been largely taken back by the Ethiopian government because it was not used for the purposes that it was intended to. And I don't know if that changes anything, but I'm just curious as to whether or not this is something that that these European governments, or that this Western society or whatever, can can use to infringe on the rights that people are trying to reclaim by going through this process of reclaiming their straw man.
No, well, let me. We're going to answer that in double form tonight, but I'll give you a clarity on that. In the capacity that Shashamani is being governed, it's being governed as the religion Rastafari. To Ethiopia, that is a foreign religion. Second, as religion, it's not the charter. So now, because under the religion and religious rights, Ethiopia won't violate it, you have Europeans that are part of the religion. And under that, because of that, the community is classified in a foreign aspect. All right? So the community did not actually push, as His Majesty said, coming to the door. The door key was the charter. The land was given to actually the Ethiopian World Federation. The terminology became to Rastafari. Rastafari falls into the religious capacity and forgetting the Ethiopian capacity of what we're speaking on now as a governmental body, a chartered body being implemented by His Majesty, being chartered by His Majesty. So then we, the black peoples of the world, are classified under the charter as Ethiopians. not as foreigners. So the positioning going into Ethiopia has fallen off of the scale in a certain sense. And so there are these positionings that are not there in that capacity no more. It's for religious rights. And on that, then we remove what the element of who we are in Ethiopia under the charter. So because of that, that brings that hindrance. Now, development, as we say, has to be a collective plan as a government, as a nation. Shashamani was entered under Hajj principles, under a religious Hajj. That means under a religious Hajj, it's like in the Batawi of Ethiopia, it's called a retreat. So people retreated from Babylon, ready to sacrifice the material principles of regular living. It's a monkhood. That's the Nazarite. So we confuse the journeys. That we're talking in two different levels there. So in one element, it wasn't the journey of following the key to open the door as His Majesty. It was just getting back into the spiritual principle. And then that means we have to now get back in accord as a nation. If that helped you in a certain sense. I don't want to go too far off on that. But I want to just get back to, I want to read this and get to the next one. But did that help? But I promise you, when we get to the next element, it'll get clear to you what we're actually saying. So we got like a little video to watch in a minute. So if that'll help.
Yeah, I'm chill with that. I appreciate that.
Okay. So in the next element, you know, they said, people say, well, y'all, what's the difference? You're saying you're the Ethiopian World Federation. You say you're a government. You're chartered under the Empire of Ethiopia. So you're saying you're a person of international law. You say you're a state. So I'm going to read this first, too. Article 2, the federal state shall constitute a sole person in the eyes of international law. Now, each local in different areas, Jamaica, America, different states in the United States, and all of the areas, each local is a state jurisdiction in themselves, right? Because it's a federation. So understanding the definitions is important here. Ethiopian world, not so it's world. So what's the Ethiopian world? And it's a federation. So federation is a legal term of a body of groups of different singular states surrounding a constitution or a soul center component. And then from each one of these bodies, you create like an executive board, which is what we call our International Executive Council. And members are from all of the different locals. So now that means the interest of the locals has a center component to help them keep guard of the fire. So there are levels in the fire. So you have the people, members, and you have the committees for the members. And then you have the executive council in the locals, which is your executive government. And then you have the international executive government. And the international executive government also has committees before you get to it as well. So there are circles around circles. And we'll make clear on what that science means before we end. I'm just trying to speed it up as well. So Article 3, the political existence of the state is independent of recognition by the other states. So when we say this, it's not that we have to wait till the colonizers say, "Oh yeah, y'all are government." No. The political existence of the state is independent of recognition by the other states. Even before the recognition, the state has the right to defend its integrity and independence, to provide for its conservation and prosperity, and consequently to organize itself as it sees fit. Our Constitution says to carve out your place under the sun, to develop the prosperity of your people, and to carve out as you see fit is in our Constitution, as we see. To legislate upon its interests. So you got to legislate. What's legislate? That means to administer. That means to create law. Administer its services. So you're going to create government bodies. So you're going to service your people. And to define the jurisdiction. Define your jurisdiction. Are you under the Papa Bull jurisdiction? Or are you under the Empire of Ethiopia? It's got to be a clarity here. Because if you're working for liberation, for freedom, then you have to understand how not to give away. Well, we'll get to that. And the competence of its courts. The exercise of these rights has no other limitations than the exercise of the rights of other states according to international law. So I'm going to stop right here. And I'm going to make that point right there. Well, I could have left that there. I'm going to make that point right there, and I'm going to come back to that. But I'm going to make this point for us so we can get this in place here. Okay, hold on. Oh, wrong one, sorry. Well, Ethiopian Empire, reciprocal. Hold on. One more. So, again, to make the point for this first, I'm going to do two things first, but I'm going to show this and then I'm going to come back to it, but I just want to show a point about this. This is under His Imperial Majesty with the United States. This is the Treaty of Amity and Economic Relationships between the United States of America and Ethiopia. Now I'm going to go all the way down because I want to make a point first. And this treaty was signed in 1948, but it was ratified, I think, in 51 and then put on record in 53. So hold on. Let me get us at the right spot. Damn, I gotta be skipping it.
Hold on. Oh, shouldn't take that long. It should be right here at the end. Gotta skip over it twice. All right. So, hold on. This might be, maybe I'm thinking of the date wrong. But I don't think so. I know it's 48, 51, 53. 153. Let's go out one more. So make sure. Oh shoot. The main point is I got to show you this date. Hold on. Apologies. I don't know why I don't see it. It's ratified 51 resolution. It should say 48. Right up in my face somewhere. Looked at it twice probably. '51 planetarial seals. Ratification. Well, let me go back and come back in here so I can read it. But I wanted to show you one of the key components is let me put it in the first part, I'm sorry. And so this is one of the constructs of what we're talking about that we missed, but this is called E1 treaty traders. One day we'll have a bigger discussion on this, but an E1 non-immigrant classification allows a national of a treaty country, a country with which the United States maintains a treaty of commerce. So we're talking about a commerce treaty and navigations in which the United States maintains, qualifies international agreements or which have been deemed a qualifying country by legislation to be admitted to the United States solely to engage in international trade on his or her own behalf. Certain employees of such a person or of a qualifying member person, what person means, a person or of a qualifying organization, may also be eligible for this classification. For dependent family members, see family of E1 treaty traders. Now, they're saying what are the treaty countries and who has treaties that are still in qualifications. So one of the things you'll hear a lot of people say is the Treaty of Marrakesh, and I'm just going to go there right quick. And they say Morocco. But the treaty that has standing for Morocco was a treaty signed in 1991. Now, you can see Montenegro still has 1882 treaties that are still standing in law. But Ethiopia, let's go up here to Ethiopia. Ethiopia's treaty, I knew I was looking at the date wrong. I kept trying to think. It is 1953. So it's October the 8th. I kept thinking 48. I'm sorry, y'all. So I wasted a lot of time. So Ethiopia, the treaty that is the standing in law that makes it have an E1 and an E2 treaty right is October the 8th, 1953. So now when you want to understand the treaty countries, because, let's say you go to court and they try to tell you, well, you ain't got no, we don't know nothing about no, you ain't, or the State Department, so you're classifying them back to the State Department. So now I can go back down here because I done looked at it 23 times and didn't know it. October the 8th, 1953. So they signed this treaty under His Majesty, October the 8th, 1953. So when we're talking about the moves, this is the next move. Because remember what we said. They had no obligation. Even though they signed it with the United Nations, there still was no contractual agreement to bind them where there could be recourse and remedy that could break the corporate veil. There was none. So now His Majesty comes and gets them to sign treaties, contractual agreements. First part of the treaties, Article 1, there shall be constant peace and firm and lasting friendship between the United States of America and Ethiopia. The two high contracting parties reiterate their intent to do what? Further the purpose of the United Nations. First part of the obligation. Now they contracted to agree to do this. Now, peace is moved. Next piece. Article 7, the God number. So many people say, oh, well, man, y'all the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. So y'all ain't sovereign. Y'all under the United States, y'all got a corporation. No. You have to understand the standings in law. So first, let's go right back up. If I do that, I gotta read this. Each high contract, Article 2, each high contracting party shall have the right to send the other high contracting party duly accredited diplomatic representatives who shall be received and upon the basis of reciprocity, shall be accorded in the territories of such other high contracting party the rights, privileges, exemptions, and immunities due them generally under generally recognized principles of international law. Excuse me. So now, diplomatic representatives in each other's countries have a certain standing in law. Article 7, because I'm going back to incorporated, and we're going to think about Emmanuel Bayon, Dr. Maleku Emmanuel Bayon, Prince, His Majesty's nephew, who came and pushed forth the diaspora here in the West to organize and centralize for our liberation. And His Majesty said He is our last hope. So He gives us a charter so that we can operate in equality, an equal force to overcome an equal force or a greater force. So if you're fighting a governmental force, a chartered force, you have to have a charter of equal force or greater force. Now you have a more ancient charter. And what is the force behind that? So corporation, companies constituted under the applicable laws and regulations of either high contracting party shall have their juridical status recognized. Juridical status recognized. Within the territories of the other high contracting party. So Ethiopia's treaty protects where accredited representatives come into a country. And if these accredited representatives set up corporations or companies or organizations and so forth, they shall still have juridical status. Now let's go a little further than that, and I'm going to come back to it. Within the territories of the other high contracting party, as used in the present treaty, companies means corporations. So you say Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. It's a corporation. Partnership, companies, or other associations, whether or not with limited liability, whether or not for pecuniary profit. So corporations falls under this Article 7. And they will still have juridical status. What does that mean? So His Majesty pushes another piece, and he gets the United States to contractually agree to further human rights, the United Nations. Second part, diplomatical positions, immunities and exemptions, accredited representatives. But then the second part is a juridical status. A juridical status. What does that mean? Not judicial, juridical. What does that mean? So this is a piece that's pushed. You know, they always say the Europeans beat us with contracts and treaties and they outsmart us. And that's how they dominate in Africa. Let's look the word up first. But we're going to look it up in something else first. We're going to look it up back in the Montevideo Convention. And then we're going to take it to the next. We're going to look it up again. Article 4. Well, let me go back up to 3 first. The political existence of the state is independent of recognition by the other states. Even before recognition, the state has the right to defend its integrity and independence, to provide for its conservation and prosperity, and consequently to organize itself as it sees fit, to legislate upon its interests, administer its services, and to define the jurisdiction and competence of its courts. The existence of these rights have no other limitation than the exercise of the rights of other states, according to international law. So you have the right to organize and legislate and to define the jurisdiction and to create your own courts. Article 4 states are juridically equal, enjoying the same rights and have equal capacity in their exercise. The rights of each one do not depend upon the power which it possesses to assure its exercise. You know, most people say, well, y'all ain't got no army. So if you ain't got your army together, you can't even defend that. So they're saying we need some power. But here it's saying the rights of each one do not depend upon the power which it possesses to assure its exercise, but upon the simple fact of its existence as a person under international law. So we read earlier, what's the definition of a person? The state as a person of international law should possess the following qualifications: Ethiopian World Federation, we the black peoples of the world. And some people say, well, I don't want to use black because black is da 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 and black is this. No, see, you still going by them defining the jurisdiction. You still going by their definitions of law. If the emperor has declared that all of those statements they put on us now shall be classified as Ethiopian, the classification status of that is different now. So when we have a charter that says, okay, they classify you black, Negro, whatever, look here go your charter. Your classification is now Ethiopian. So the status as a person of international law, so we, the black peoples of the world, population, a defined territory, the world, Shashamani, because Shashamani is a chartered land to the Ethiopian World Federation, government, a constitution, and capacity. We've signed treaties as a government, as a nation. So we're able to enter into relationships. So now we have to look up juridical. Yeah. Let's go here first, see if they definition. Of relating to the administration of justice or the office of a judge, of or relating to law or jurisprudence, the science or philosophy of law, a system or a body of law, the course of courts' decisions as distinguished from legislation. All right, go back one. It's gonna be sorry. And I thought I would got another better. Hold on. They ain't giving me a good definition. Hold on. Juridical person entity as a firm that is not a single natural person as a human being, authorized by law with duties and rights, recognized as a legal authority, having a distinct identity, a legal personality, also known as an artificial person, a juridical entity, a juristic person, a legal person. Other definition part of it is also to administer law. Hold on. Of relating to connected with the administration of law or juridical proceedings, sometimes in a more general sense. So now when you start talking about the essence of operating for justice for your people, How will you achieve that? Because this is in our Constitution. Will you go to your colonizer's court, or will you administer and develop your own legal bodies? Will you start to research the ancient charters and documents? And then will your court system then issue out certain claimage and stuff? And then you're able to then file to government to government. Well, how do you file government to government? Hold on. Juridical, relating to the legality of an action. However, juridical is obsolete in the entry descend. Oh, well, I don't know what they're saying now. Juridical or relating to legality of an action. Juridical of relating to connected with the administration of law. Now, I wanted to go to our Constitution. I was trying to think where I could just pull it up easier. I have it on here on some phone like that. So I'm gonna have to open it. Our Constitution and bylaws. Let's see if I can make sure y'all can see with me. Guess I'll turn it that way. I don't know if that helped y'all. Our Constitution calls for us to promote love, goodwill among Ethiopians, at home, abroad, and thereby to maintain the integrity and the sovereignty of Ethiopia, to disseminate the ancient Ethiopian culture among its members, to correct abuses, relieve oppression. How can you relieve oppression? How can you correct the abuses? And carve for ourselves and our posterity a destiny comparable with our idea of perfect manhood and God's purpose in creating us, that we may not only save ourselves from annihilation, but carve for ourselves a place in the sun. In this endeavor, we determine to seek peace, and pursue it, for it is the will of God for man. Now, we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination. So when you start reading Montevideo conventions and reading these things, you've got to see that the language in the Constitution carefully, even in the Declaration of Human Rights, even in His Majesty's speech to the Organization of African Unity, you secure justice and maintain the of Ethiopia, integrity, remember that word, in the Montevideo Convention, which is our divine heritage. So we're fire keepers of a divine heritage. Do hereby establish and ordain the Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Now, what is our divine heritage? What do we have to do? We're supposed to guard the sovereignty of Ethiopia. We're supposed to guard the sovereignty of Ethiopia. Now, in that, just to go one step a little further, and we go into the second part to make this all clear. Well, so Article 7 of the Constitution shall have their juridical. Who shall have their juridical? The corporations, companies under the Ethiopian Empire. Well, some people say, well, they may challenge you. Well, the charter is the key. Now, if we're just saying that in a religious faith, they can challenge us. If we just say that in a religious faith, what are we saying? What does it mean for that? You know, because we started last week with His Majesty is the rock of all ages. The rock of all ages. And we started dealing with a certain psychosis of us not being able to see past the boxes of time that our colonizer has placed on us. So when we become divided amongst ourselves based on mental constructs, and we call them mental constructs, we miss certain things. And we started some of the discussions with Ethiopia has a living reality. And how we are trained through the construct of mental, we're made to see it as religion and not the keepers of a sacred fire. And when we redirect our thoughts to that, you know, it'll come a clarity for us also with our unity. So I got two videos I just want to show you. I want to help them pull our point, and we're going to go into another greater kind of discussion. But I want to, start with this just to get us back to where we were from last week.
If my husband Bruce were to die tomorrow, I would want all patients with memory lapses, brain fog.
Humans spent a lot. You're gone.
Today we continue the topic of secret societies. Last class we discussed how they come into power. Today we will look at where they come from and what they believe. Okay? So to understand secret societies, I first need to explain to you the history of religion in the Western world. So in the Western world, there have been three major stages of religious development. And again, I will oversimplify for the purpose of clarity. Okay, so this is a simplified version of the history. So the three major stages of religious development in the Western world are the mother goddess, polytheism, and monotheism. Polytheism means many gods. You believe in many gods. Monotheism means one god, that only one god exists. So the mother goddess civilization came about because of agriculture. And in an agricultural world, you have two problems. The first problem is to make sure that your crops are healthy and you can harvest them in time. Second problem is to give birth, to have as many children as possible to work the fields. Okay, so these are the two problems. And because of that, a religion developed in order to facilitate both, called the mother goddess civilization. So at the center of this religion is the womb. The woman's womb is considered a divine portal from the spirit world into our world. It's almost like a cave, right? In which the spirit world can come out and manifest itself in our world. So the center of this religion is the womb of the woman. And as such, the women are in control. What's really important is to understand that in this world, everything is interconnected, harmonized, balanced together. So the womb is the center of this world, but then you have the stars. Okay? The stars. And of course, this gives rise to astrology. Astrology is the study of the movement of the stars in order to understand its impact on our world. Okay? Then you have, of course, the crops. Right? So in an ideal world, all three are aligned together. By studying the stars, you know when to best plant the crops and when to best have children. And in this world, again, it is the women who are in control. They have a high status in society because they believe that women are direct representatives of the mother goddess who rules the world. Usually in this society, the mother goddess is represented as a bird. Okay, a bird. Why? Because if you think about it, if you study all the animals in nature, it's the bird that has dominion over the sky. And if life comes from the sky, it makes sense that the mother goddess must be a bird of some sort. But the mother goddess is also paired with a bowl. Okay? A bowl. Why? Because the bowl is a symbol of virility and energy. You cannot get pregnant as a woman by yourself. You need a man to do it for you. Okay? So the bird and the bowl are the two symbols of worship in this world. Now, this world is very strange from our perspective because there's no property. Everything belongs to everyone. There's no hierarchy. Everyone is the same. And there's no such thing as sex by yourself, okay? So sex is actually a community act. So there are these rituals called fertility cults, in which they have sex together. In fact, many men will have sex with one woman. And it makes sense because as a woman, you want to have the best DNA. You want to have the best sperm, right? You don't know who's going to have the best sperm, so you just have sex with everyone, and whoever has the best sperm will give it to you. Okay? So that's the mother goddess civilization. Then we switch to polytheism. So why did we make the switch? The answer is war. for the first time in human history, as populations increase, there's now struggle for resources. And what's the most important resource in this world? You guys know? The most important resource is women, right? Females. Because it's females that give birth. And so with war, we have a new concept called property. In order to get men to fight wars, you have to give them something as reward, right? So they get to have a woman, a wife. And now this wife belongs to them and only them. So in this world, what happens is that you now have property, hierarchy, and marriage. And the role of the woman decreases, and the role of the man increases.
Wait, Powell stepping down? Nah, he's staying put.
Told ya! Powell's not going anywhere!
Powell gone by December? Kelsey tracks it. If this shifts, the market flips.
That's why I'm watching Kelsey. Kelsey, where your voice becomes a position.
Okay? At the same time, what's happening is that these different societies, in order to fight wars, they have a god. Okay? And when they go to war, it's like the gods are going to war. And if you lose the war, what it means is that your god is inferior to their god. So now you have a hierarchy of gods. So to maintain peace, what happens is that if you lose the war, you admit that your god is weaker than their god, and you now must obey their god. Right? And this is what we call the pantheon. So remember, in the Greek pantheon, Zeus is at the top, and you have Apollo, Ares, Aphrodite, okay? Everyone else is a lower god. But before, they were separate gods. And in a series of wars, the people who believe Zeus is the best god won out against the other gods. And as a result, the other gods became Zeus's children. So in this world, the women are in control, right? So women have all the status. But over time, as populations increase, you have young men who have no families. And these young men are discarded from the societies because of lack of resources. So these young men have a problem. They need to find wives in order to survive. So these young men start to raid other societies in order to capture women. Okay, do you understand? So in this society, it's never young women who are discarded because they have value to their society. It's always young men who are discarded. And as a result, these young men become like wolves, okay? They become like a wolf pack who then go and pillage other villages. And that's how you start, and that's how you have the origin of war. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. So now, you have this pantheon of gods, okay, which leads to polytheism. Then we make the switch from polytheism to monotheism. Why? Because now you have a new idea called empire. Specifically, the Roman Empire, and they introduced a new religion called Christianity, which is the first monotheistic religion in the world. There's a lot of debate as to what was the first monotheistic religion. Some people say Zoroastrianism, some people say Judaism. I will show you in this class later on that actually the first religion that was monotheistic is Christianity, okay? So the difference between this society, which is a society based on war, is you still...
Now remember, we're dealing with the psychosis of people trying to define many things without understanding or overstanding the changes in the dimensions of mindsets. And that's the powers of the air, the ruling of the frequencies of thoughts. So you go from first stage, the mother goddess, polytheism, monotheism. Now, the constructs of these are different dimensional environments that are developing the mindsets. When we say Ethiopia, His Majesty, the Rock of all ages, we start in our building speaking of Star King rights, but we then go back into the scripture to show that there is a hidden story. And that woven in the story is the Rock of all ages. And that means the Queen Mother rights, the throne holders, as in the Kushite tradition, the woman is the keeper of the throne, the Kushite woman. In these stories that we have woven to be religion, there is the Star King rights, star knowledge. There is the goddess, the mother goddess, becoming from Aset to Isis to Mary. As we read before in the Ethiopian churches, they found that Ethiopia did not erase the ancient history. So in the churches, they would find these ancient connections to ancient stories. Now that means that the ages of all of these different periods has manifested and still to a keeper of a certain flame right there in what Ethiopia holds for us. Rock of all ages. So let's just go a little further.
There's a lot of humans, but humans are still the most precious resource. Therefore, it is not in your best interest to kill everyone. When you have an empire, like the Roman Empire, you don't have to worry about killing other people. In fact, you can go and destroy entire societies, which is what the Romans did. And you can now, as an empire, impose your reality, your God, on everyone else. And that's how you have monotheism. Does that make sense? All right? So, let me explain that. What I'm going to show you now is how the worldview, our understanding of the world, changes over time. Okay? So, in the mother goddess civilization, there are two things about their world that's very different from our world. Okay? So the first major difference, this is really important for you guys to remember, is they understood that mind led to matter. Mind leads to matter. But in our world, we believe that it's matter that led to mind. Do you understand? So in science class, you're taught we have a brain, then the brain, because of synaptic connections, creates the mind. Okay, so it's matter that leads to mind. Even though we're taught this, if you think about it, it actually doesn't make any sense. Because how does our small little brain, how is it able to do so much processing, which is the mind, right? How are we able to imagine? How are we able to dream? It's really confusing for us. And quite honestly, if you talk to the very best neuroscientists in the world, their response will always be, don't ask this question. Okay? It's never like we don't know, it's always like, don't ask this question. Okay? This question is forbidden to ask in neuroscience. But so throughout most of human history, we believe that it was mind that led to matter. That it's the mind that creates the brain in order to understand the world. Okay? That makes a lot more sense than mind, matter leads to mind. Okay? So that's the first major difference. Throughout most of human history, most societies, believed that it was the mind that creates the brain. The second major difference is that this is a metaphorical.
The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever gives water to a thirsty person will never
world. In other words, they spoke using metaphors. They understood the world through metaphors. Today we live in a literal world. Okay, what's the difference? Well, the difference is this. Let's just say that you and I fight. Well, we would say that, okay, what happened was that I became angry, the emotion overwhelmed me, and then I hit him, then he got angry, then he hit me back. Okay, this is a literal interpretation. But back then, the metaphorical understanding was that anger is a God who seized me and who propelled me into the fight. And then anger unleashed the God of vengeance, who fought back by seizing the other person to fight me back. Okay? So we believed for most of human history that we were controlled by forces outside our control. Now, today, you may believe that the literal world makes more sense. But if you think about it, from the perspective of human thought, okay? How do you understand the world? How do you interpret what goes on in the world? The metaphorical understanding is actually much more useful. And that's why, and I know this is hard for you guys to understand, back then, they were much more creative than we are today. Okay? And also, the things that they were able to do are beyond our imagination. So for example, we've never really figured out how the Egyptians created the pyramids. Okay? Our explanation is aliens did it. Because their mind is beyond our imagination. Okay? So that shows you the switch. Now when we go to the polytheistic world, this system still continues, but they add more elements to make it more complex. Okay? So the first element is they believe that we are controlled by God. We're the playthings of God. Now what's really important to understand is that these gods, Zeus, Apollo, Ares, they're no different from mortals. The only difference is they just live forever. Okay? So, for example, if you're a king, what do you like to do? Well, you like to go around and chase young girls around, okay? What does Zeus do all day? What does Apollo do all day? These gods, all they do is go around and chase young girls around. Okay, so there's actually no difference. Above the gods are the older gods. Fortune, fate. So the belief was that even though these are gods, they're still controlled by forces beyond their understanding like fortune and fate. What mattered in this world was not to be good. What mattered in this world is to be lucky, okay? To be fortunate. Because that shows you that the gods favored you. And the last element, the most important element, is the unwritten and immutable laws of the universe. Okay? So a concept like justice. So think of gravity, how gravity gives structure to the universe, right? Well, back then they believed the same thing, where at the most fundamental level, there were concepts that existed like justice. And if you could have the favor of the gods, and you could be very lucky, but if you did things that were unjust, then eventually you'd be punished for it, because you're breaking the structure of the universe. Okay? So, this was the polytheistic worldview. Now, when you go to the monotheistic worldview, all this changes, because now you have a new concept that never existed in human history before, called one true God. And this changes everything, okay? Because before, as you can see, humans thought in a very complex, sophisticated, diverse, imaginative way about the world. But now, with the advent of Christianity, it's only one true God. And as such, you have three new concepts that become dominant in this world. These concepts have existed before, but now they're dominant. The first concept is the idea of truth. Okay? if there's one true God, then there must be one truth to the universe. And so when we move towards the truth, that is good, right? But when we move away from the truth, that is evil. So now you have a new concept called evil that didn't really exist before. Okay? You did good things because in this world it was to your advantage. Now in this world, if you defy God, that is evil. Okay? And now with truth and evil, you have a new concept called the individual. Before in this world, what mattered was your family, your community, your society, the people around you. Now, with the advent of one true God, the community, the family doesn't matter. What matters is your loyalty, your faith in the one true God. So you can actually step outside your community and just do what you believe is right, as long as you have faith in the one true God. All right? Okay. So these three concepts, truth, evil, individual, are important for you to remember because they underpin modernity. These three concepts, once they grow to a certain extent, they will create modernity, the world we live in. Okay? Our world is controlled by these three forces. Now, what's important for us to understand is these three concepts are beyond the human intuition. You cannot logically, by yourself, deduce or come up with these three concepts. This world of the mother goddess is intuitive. Okay? This polytheistic world is also intuitive, but the Christian world now is counterintuitive. Okay?
So, do you get that terminology there? I want to make sure everybody caught that. Is when you try to say you know the total truth, this is the only way, and if you didn't do this, that's the construct of that mindset. You can't conduce that to that. Like you can't conduce the truth to your personal reality. As bad as sometimes we want to, like many people wanted His Majesty to do things that fit the construct of religious belief. So they conduce what is the truth to it has to be this way. And see, there is no intuitive understanding of the movement and changes in paradigms. There is no understanding of the many different variables. So we did some talks last week speaking on the psychosis of this. And in the next part, we're gonna touch on it a little bit more deeper as this video goes to the next part. But everything is relationships. As above, so below, as within, so without. So they're mirror reflections. They're flames. They're lights. They're shadows. People like to say, now do shadow work. But if you're doing shadow work, you're studying fire, you're studying light. And then you're looking at the reflection and what's blocking the light. And when we say the psychosis, we started last week where we quoted the book of Jude, where it says they battle for the body of Moses. The body of Moses. And the angel Michael, and then also in many contexts they describe Michael as representing Melchizedek at that time. And in the book of Jude, it says, you know, many people come to you in the love feast. The love feast. And that's a serious term. And in that process of the love feast, right, they come in the mindset of brute beast. Clouds with no water. You know, and the descriptive speaks of a science of a battle for the mind. In the metaphysical studies, Moses represents in Hebrew or the Canaanite the letter He, 5. And it is, in that science, it is the mind. So Moses represents the mind. The mind is the lawgiver. The body, the temple, the thoughts, the people. So there's science still written in this. And then there's star science written in it. And in that, you know, just to think about this mindset of how we come to things. Meaning, just like with relationships, men and women, people have a picture in their head of what is supposed to be based on the entrapment of their mind seeking comforts, a sense of value in a system that has devalued them, made them uncomfortable. So now the definitions of their thoughts need to be answered to say that God has fortuned me, God favors me. But not knowing science of life and being broke down into just that monotheistical mind entraps the being in a certain complex. See, in Ethiopia, right now, there's a Batawi monk chanting for ascension. That's different. And in Ethiopia, they have the ranking and honor of doing sainthood themselves. And we look at all of these religions and constructs that do this, the sainthood. And then you say, well, where did this come from? What's the root of it? Because for diplomatic purposes, we have to remember that the church was the record keepers, the birthright keepers. Even when we got colonized and so forth, grandmama, big mama, queen of the house, Nana, kept the birth records in the back of the big Bible. Record keepers. And cultural indifferences and changes. Last week we looked at polytheism and the change from the family, the mother goddess, the nature, this spirituality to then where the war constructs come in and natural resources, and we looked at the constructs of dealing with the meteorite shower and then the disbalance of this grid. And so later on we were still suffering the effects, and there was the great volcanical explosion that then led into another smart ice age. And from those components, we dealt with those fallen ones who came out of the caves. Asia, Caucasus Asia, we followed Baba Clyde. And then we realized how war started to develop from the lack of resources. And there is other elements in that component, because in two stages we get a development where one group of people are saved in the natural destruction. Some groups of people go into certain areas. So we get a first development of a Neanderthal. Then we get a second development of a second stage of the Neanderthal that'll get trapped in another element, and they go through the full mutation. We pull, well, let's pull this first before we play the rest of this, because I want us to keep on track from last week where we were at, so that we can keep going. And that's the key. So we'll view the file. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I might try to pull up Baba Clyde just in a little while if we got a little time after this next video. And I know Brother Daniel, Ross Daniel, had this question last week, and I didn't get a chance to pull it back up to make the clarity again. So let's do this first. This is not going to turn, but scientists are now looking at the missing piece, that the global cooling ice age actually could have come from meteorite shower. So most of us go to school and we're taught about an ice age. We're taught about cavemen and Neanderthals. And they then go to this evolution of man. And then everything is, Adam and Eve after that. So then everything sinks everybody in a certain rhythm to where, is God made one people one time. So now the history of the earth is lost, and religion now dominates what is the story of our story. So in that, we went through the construct of understanding that there was a disbalance created by us. There was no European on the planet. And we talked before about every hair of your head is counted, meaning every thought is measured. And the communication of that, right? And just show you etheric force, because people talk and I just don't think a lot of people get it, is the breath of life. Remember now, truth, blood and water and earth, truth. The breath of life in you. This is why fight or flight always is in our topic, because it affects your breathing. And when we talk religion and scripture, no matter what, everything is about first the breath of life entering into the body. And that's the spirit, the nefesh, the spirit, the ranch. So when we speak of the breath of life, and the connection to the pineal, what we remember, is we're a transmitter and a receiver. So we receive and we transmit. So this divine communication through the breath, right? It's communication of life. Now, this world, I give unto them all that they imagine. It's in the scripture. This world is, in the Tibetan Book of the Dead we went through, this is cosmic fluid. And it's shaped by you. And this cosmic fluid is a real reality in us. But what happens is when we breathe back out, we're communicating. That's where you release the ions into the atmosphere. You know, we talk always about how every thought, everything has a measure, and we release it back. And this is how we communicate to the Great Mother on what needs to be formed in the womb. And then we measure starbursts, and we look at the fortune of us in our measure of balance, weight and balance, as we receive and give. Spirit is the sacred Father, our Father who art in heaven. Mother Nature, matter, the Great Mother. In the indigenous traditions, it's the great-grandfather, the great-grandmother. It's the Nana. It's the Big Mama. It's the Nana Baluku, the cosmic mother. Transcending down through generations, a science of life. So the conquest and the dominance of the people was to dominate their science of life. And they wrestled for the body of Moses. Fifth dimensional war, a Star Wars. So in overstanding that, the universe responds to what we manifest. Ye are gods, but whatever you create, you're going to have to deal with. So there's no escaping the responsibility. The archetypal structures in the state, empire state areas represented a construct of an archetypal deity that represented the Neteru, the forces of nature for that area. This became the pantheons. In the battles, in the indifferences, based on the times. So there were stages to this. So we came to the point where we had to show that before the caveman, there's an older DNA which is African, but the African DNA didn't come out of the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal's DNA came out of African. Humans trace their origins out of Africa into the Middle East. Middle East, very important. And then on to other parts of the world. The genetic relationship with the Neanderthal was found in people from Europe, China, Papua New Guinea, but not people from Africa. So the birthing with the Neanderthal took place somewhere in the Middle East area. The development of the interbreeding of it spread out. But in Africa, there's the genetics before the Neanderthal. Now, when we went to school, we weren't told that we were a people who have a history before the ice ages. So then they would have to explain to us the mutation, the people who have no history because they came out of a cave. But how did they get there? What happened? We look at that development, you know, and then we come to other points in history that start to give us a picture. And we'll touch one and then we're going to go back to the video. Because when we look at these other points in history, it helps us. We'll go to that. Push it wrong again. So we go to the Ethiopians' kings list. And we're going to try to make a double point here. Hold on, let me get it right here first. And we always make clarity that His Majesty in 1914 in 1914 gave the Ethiopian kings list. Now, darn pole fell, I had to get it back up. All right, so His Majesty, 1914, gave out the Ethiopians' kings list. Now, the dynasty Ori and Aram, also known as Aram, which is very important because this is going to clarify a component. Ori and Aram. Now, what's the history of Ori and Aram that makes this important? There were 21 sovereigns of the tribe of Ori, Aram. Now, remember, this is an Ethiopian king's list. So what does that mean? That everything that we talk about is Ethiopians. So the difference based on time constructs changes at a certain point. So we have to really analyze that from that component. So this is doubtless a list of Amorite kings of the tribe of Aram, son of Shem, who ruled Cush before the dispersion from the Sinai Tower. The Hamites treated them as Nephilims, giants, that is demon-filled opponents who were to be ousted out the land. The giant Adites, the Arabic legends drawing on their earlier Coptic sources. So remember, Coptic was the preservation. They were preserving something. What were they preserving? They were preserving something important. A codex. Drawing on Coptic sources were believed to be the offspring of Aram and the earliest inhabitants of Nile Valley, as in this case, the reigns of the kings of the line of Aram are treated as consecutive, traced back over 1,200 years to a period before the flood. So also the Adites are treated in the sources sometimes as post-Diluvian, sometimes as pre-Diluvian, depending on particular historical constructs in which they are featured. The giants of post-Diluvian world were believed, in fact, to be reincarnations of the Nephilims before the flood, and the pre-Diluvian dates from them could be justified on the basis. So now, I'll make sure I make it clarity on that. The line of Cush comes and outs the Aramites out of this land for a reason. For what? What happened? And they treated them as Nephilims. Now, they classify Nephilims as the giants. In other aspects, the Nephilims are called fallen ones. The fallen ones. And now that's important. And there is a connection there that you're going to see in a two-story kind of episode. We're going to try to kind of lead into that. So you have a division that kicks in. And they call this division, because when Cam comes in, they call the time period a fall of the Sinai Towers. It's Towers of Babel, when people spoke one language. Now, that has many dimensions in the terminology. And by when we close, hopefully, we can make that clear. So, let's just go to the next. So you got a Nephilium force, but they're ancient, right? And they're doing some unprecedented things as well. Okay? So we're going to, should we go straight there or should we go one more? Well, all right, let's go one more because I want to make sure I clarify this time period for us. I might be able to find. Well, no, I can just go ahead. So now, under the Ramses, they have this what's called the Terms Kings List. And the Terms Kings List starts here where they have the gods of ancient Egypt. Then they have the gods of ancient Egypt, spirits and mythical kings. And then they have the spirits and mystical kings. And then they come into the first dynasty. So they have this whole period right here. And then the first dynasty. But look at this period before the first dynasty. It's called the period of the gods. Right? So let's go one step back. Now, this first stage was the tribe of Ori, of Aram. Now, the dating goes back to 970, so forth, 2020, 2256. And then there's question, we'll deal with that. But then you have Cam. And Cam becomes your Ham, your Cush. And you go through all of that. Habasi, which becomes Abyssinia. And you go through all of this, the Sabas, the Pi Ori, which is another Ori, but they say Pi Ori, and 25 sovereigns of Cam. Then you go all the way down here to where they come into the Agdazani dynasty of posterity of the kingdom of Joktan. Now, Joktan is very important because when we say Ethiopian Kushite Empire, it's very important. But you're here where you have Akbuna Saba, and the name Saba, where we get all of it, the Sabaean Saba, you know, Sheba, in the list of the kings of posterity to Joktan dates back to the famous king Abshams. Now later on in Islam, they use that title Abshams, the title Saba, of the same line who ruled Egypt shortly after inundation. So his name is Simherket. Now this is the Ethiopians kings list. This is the Ethiopians kings list. Simherket is a Horus name of an early Egyptian king who ruled during the first dynasty. This ruler became known through a tragic legend handed down by his historians. Now, the one thing about Simherket is he takes you to an ancient, well, not ancient, he takes you back to one of the first earlier periods. And we just was looking at it based on the transition. So Simherket takes you back to the Queen Mothers. I think, man, let me see if I can find his stove. He gives his quotes in here. Let's see if they give his quotes, because he's famous for it. All right, so he's a guardian, meaning, all right, meaning guardian of the two ladies. So his title is based on the motherhood. This reconstruction is strengthened by the observation that Simherket was the first king using Nepti title in the ultimate form. For unknown reasons, Simherket did not use Nebu title of the predecessor. It seems that he felt connected with the two ladies, a title referring to the goddess Nekbet and Wajet, the patron deities of the ancient Egyptians who worshipped by all after the unification of the two parts, Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. Nebti's title in turn was thought to function as an addition to the Nesut Biti title. His pronoun is Nesut Biti Nebi Eri Neswat Tebi Nebi Eri, meaning king of Upper and Lower Egypt, he of the two ladies, and he who belongs to them, or he whom the two ladies guard. Now, Upper and Lower Egypt, because of Europeans' position in rulership, should take a slide.
You know what cucumber can do to your liver? Cucumber is actually a type of fruit, not a vegetable, known for intuition.
Because of their rulership, they have undermined certain history. Now, we're going to just play a little bit of this and we're going to come back to the Nebtika Semicat and this history. So just give it one moment.
You cannot logically by yourself deduce or come up with these three concepts. This world of the mother goddess is intuitive. Okay? This polytheistic world is also intuitive. But the Christian world now is counterintuitive. Okay? So as a result, for monotheism to triumph, because it is so counterintuitive, it must now destroy the polytheistic world. Okay? So the Romans spent a lot of time, taking centuries and centuries, to destroy the polytheistic world. But the thing is this: you can never ever kill an idea. The idea, if it is being suppressed, just goes underground. Okay? So remember, here in the Mother God civilization, the main instrument of religious worship are fertility cults run by women. Well, now that war has come and men have taken over from women, what happened is that the woman went underground to create new religious organizations called mystery schools. And mystery schools, what they're trying to do is they're trying to maintain the best knowledge and traditions of the mother god civilization. Okay? Especially the fact that we come from the mind. We created the universe through our imagination. Okay? That's the main secret that they're trying to maintain. These mystery schools become extremely popular among the elite because they offer great sex. Okay? The elite join these mystery clubs as sex clubs, basically. Remember, in this civilization, what matters is the womb. So they develop all sorts of secret sexual techniques to please the woman, to make the woman feel as though she's in harmony with the universe. In this world, the mother goddess, sex is a mechanism to communicate with the universe, to discover the secrets of the universe. And so they maintain these rituals in the mystery schools. The most powerful people will participate in these mystery schools. They're called mystery schools not because they're secret, but because everyone is sworn to secrecy. So if you ever divulge what actually goes on in these mystery schools, you'll be punished by death. Okay? You'll be executed.
Now the punishment by death
ever divulge what
came when the Roman Empire were trying to disconnect the people from the Star King knowledge, from the birthright heritage coming through the Queen Mother. So when we look at, let me go back to it. So when we look at this Simmercat, and it's the first dynasty, but we looked at that long Ethiopian's kings list. So that period of that Ethiopian's kings list falls under this spirit and mythical gods of the ancient Egypt, the gods of ancient Egypt. But let's look at what that is. That's Ra, Geb, Osiris, Set, Horus, Thoth, Mot. And it goes on down. The Shem Horus becomes this group here, and then you enter into the first dynasty. Now, all of these stories then start to mean that there's another kind of history that's kind of not being explained. So here we fall with the first dynasty, and we look at the Shem Horus links up here. And that's not the only one. What we'll do, we'll come back to that. So let's go to first a clarity on that time period for us. Oh, you know what? I got that right here. I can go right. Oh, hold on. So we're going to look at a timeline, and then we'll go to this next little read. So we start here with the history. And you come with Ewa and Sobek Nefru. Then we have Hyksos. Then we have, in the Bible, it's called Amram. But also in that time period, you have what's called 18th dynasty. And you have Akhmoses and Nefertari. Then you have Amenhotep the first. We put Esau, and Jesus here. We'll explain that in a minute. Then you have Jerusalem or Jerusalem. So if you look at the bottom of here, Uya Sobek Nefru corresponds with Abraham and Sarah. Hyksos come in the time of what we call Joseph the Visor, the Rainbow Code, 1620. Abraham and Sarah, 1780 BC. That's the Sobek Nefru dynasty. Coming in the 12th dynasty and the 13th dynasty, Sobek Nefru. Coming down here to Joseph, the Hyksos time in Egypt, Kemet. Akhmoses in the first, Nefertari, 18th dynasty. In the Quran, they call it the nation of Amram. In the Bible, we list it as Moses and Zipporah, which is 1290 BC, but in most sense, it falls under what they call 1560, 1550 BC. People have tried to put dates on, but when you do what history says, you'll see it. We'll get back to it. Amenhotep the first falls under Joshua, under Moses. And in that, we also have Aminadab. Aminadab is where in the Bible you get Neshan and Elishaba, where you get your two tribes, Judah and Levi. Hasaphat, Thutmoses, all the way from Amenhotep III to Amenhotep IV. You then come to your story of Saul, Jerusalem. You come to David, and then you have Abihibah or Adiah or Jediah, which becomes where we start saying Solomon. But David meant the beloved. We have to study what beloved actually in all of terminology meant. You come into the 19th dynasty, you have Horemheb. Horemheb betrays after what we call King Tut, mother, and Horemheb was a general. So now, because they had mercenary armies around this time with mixed breed, because the Hyksos had been there, you now have a mixed breed rule kind of comes in a certain sense. This is the division in the lands, and the Cushites move back out of the areas. But then you come into where we call the death of Ramses the 11th. And in the next thing, you fall into where we call Herak Pianki Shishank enters Palestine in 936 BC. This is actually where the 10 tribes disappear kind of story. This is the 21st dynasty. Solomon was given proverbs and certain other things, but they've shown that Amenepo in 998, 936 BC, they're tracking some of the proverbs back to him. You then end up with Pamikti and Necto. This becomes Palestine, Syria areas. You then enter into the Nebuchadnezzar, invades Jerusalem in 586. Solomon's temple is supposed to be destroyed. You enter into the 26th dynasty, which is Ahmoses II. We go into the demotic scripts of writing. This is the Ezekiel time in Zerubbabel. Persian power kicks in this time. Cambius, Darius the First, Persian power falls to the Athenians. Xerius is killed in 465 BC, Artaxerxes in 465, 424, Darius II. And then we come back into what they call the 29th dynasty under the Mendes. The Greek army then assimilates and takes what will be almost like Kemetic position and titles. The generals of the Athenians and the Chabrias and the Corias stopped the Persians. The Phrygites, sons of Achoris, lose power to Nectabel, the 30th dynasty. Persia attacks 373 BC and lose. Tekeos, Dago invades Palestine 363 or 365, 360 BC. Persia attacks, they lose in 350, then they win in 343 BC. Alexander the Great or Greek of Mendes comes in 332 BC. Alexander the Greek dies 332. Oh, that's when he came in. Hold on. Well, I got that date wrong. Perdiccas marches against Platonius. The Platonius dynasty in Egypt comes in 305 BC. So now you get your Euclid. So now you have the Seleucid and the Platonius are in power. Platonius II, Philadelphus, and this is where you get your Bible gets written. And under that, he pushes the 70 priests in Egypt to create what they call the Septuagint. Then they put the title of it as the Pentateuch. This is where you have the Essenes, Nazarenes, the Qumran, Dead Sea Scrolls, the Maccabees fighting against the Potomac and against the Seleucids for what we call the Jerusalem area, Beshan. Platonius the Sixth in 180 BC, and then you have your Cleopatra story. The Seleucid dynasty, because this is still Alexandria's people, and this is where you get Antiochus the Sixth. Remember in the Bible they say in the city of Antioch is where they first called the people Christians. So this is where your battles. Syria invades Egypt. So you're going through certain elements, the Seleucids, but we're gonna try to get a clarity of who this is and what this is. Because when we go through this timeline, you know, it wasn't until we've gone through many great ages that we get to the writing of the Bible here. So now when we look at those periods, let's look at the three cycles of mother consciousness, the polytheism, and then the monotheism. See, because if you try to analyze outside of understanding that mindset, as he said earlier, you can't take a literal aspect to where they spoke in parables, metaphors, metaphysically. And if they spoke in those constructs, they attributed it to stars, to the planetary guidance, to the language of the creator, which is nature. So now if you eliminate all of that to say, I deal with just the truth, and you realize that this construct in which they use that aspect was an attack to eliminate a certain mindset. Now, we said last week, His Majesty comes and gives us a charter, returns us to our indigenous rights, to customary law. In the Ethiopian World Federation, there's religious freedom. It's your personal thing. But we have solidarity in what is our goal to relieve our people of oppression, and liberty, freedom, justice. And those personal religious constructs, everyone has liberty in the construct in which is given to us. So now that religious dominance that was used to control us, we're free from that. Why? Because now we're back into what you call a living reality. If you say the book is about people, if you say this in religion is about certain people, is it only about the people that are dead? Is it only about people that are maybe gonna come? So when we start talking about living reality, Ethiopia came in under a Star King prophecy. And well, let's go. Guess we gotta hit it now. That's the only way we'll get a clarity for it, so we can watch this last video and close out. When we go through the Dejan Shua scroll, and the Dejan Shua scroll speaks about Melchizedek. king of Salem, high priest of the God on earth, founder. Now they say God is El Elyon, and we went through that last week, that El Elyon is Canaanite. Canaanite is Cushites. So we're going to try to make our point. Founder of Jerusalem, to whom Abram and other kings bowed and paid tithes. About 2,000 years before their Jesus, God ordered Melchizedek to send his son Ethel, who was named as Ethiop, where we get Ethiopia, later on by God to go and settle in the land of Lake Tana, which became named after him, Ethiopia. And Ethel, God sent Ethel, meaning gift of God, to Ethiopia, so that when God, Jesus, is born, a human being, which says Jesus now, you know, when it's written, there's no language to say that. As a human being, 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethel would bring him to Bethlehem, Ethiopia's gift, such as the yellow gold, myrrh, incense, led by a star, which would appear in Ethiopia to lead them to Bethlehem. Accordingly, Ethel went to Ethiopia, settled in what is today known as the Gojam. God changed his name from Ethel to Ethiop, meaning yellow gold, and the Anaki, minded for gold. Also started to be called. Thus, not only Ethel became Ethiop, but the land in which he settled started to be called Ethiopia. Lo and behold, 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethiop became 12 kings, and in them Ethiopia's empire. So, out of this Melchizedek, 12 kings, and there becomes what we call Ethiopian empire. Now, we've always read through this, but we go to this main component of Balaam. And I always stress that I ask a lot of Christians, who gave the prophecy of a coming of a Jesus? Where did that come from? And, you know, most of them will say, oh, the prophets did. The prophets did. And I said, no. So you really need to study what's being said now. People say the prophets confirm, but you have to look at really some of the prophecies of the prophets, you know, because it's not what people have measured it to be. So when you show them that Balaam is where the prophecy comes from, and you ask them, is Balaam, according to the Bible, is he an Israelite? Is he a Hebrew? What does your Bible say about him? So now, basic Christianity calls him a soothsayer, a root doctor, an oracle keeper, a diviner who uses divination, a diviner who uses divination. And he gives the prophecy of a coming of a star. See, they say the birth of Jesus as a star. So he gave a star prophecy. In Ethiopia, not in other places, because most of you can think about your Christmas carols and all of the things of Christmas time, and you never heard the people in your church or anyone ever give praise to Balaam. Never. But now when you go into the Ethiopian church, The Magi's, the three wise men, they're called the family of Balaam. And Balthazar, one of the Magi's, is called the Ethiopian. But in Ethiopia, because, Europeans, they'll say Balthazar is from Arabia, da-da-da. But in Ethiopia, the three wise men are all said to be the family of Balaam. So they've declared that all three of these wise men are Ethiopian kings. And they follow star knowledge. So now, star knowledge deals with birthright. And we've gone through this, that the titleage for this birthright was designated as the Basilius. They say it's a Greek term here at the top, and a title that signifies various types of monarchs. But we're going to clarify that. Right? Going to clarify that. Because here they'll tell you the etymology of Basilius is uncertain. Well, you just said it was Greek. The Mycenaeans' form was Gacilius, Quasilieri, or Rahu, denoting some sort of court official, local chieftain, but not an actual king. It's hypothetical earlier, so they can't put it to the Mycenaeans. They don't want to put it nowhere, but we'll clarify where it comes from. So let's make sure I go in the right spot. By the 4th century, however, Basilius was applied in official usage exclusively to two rulers considered equals. Now, we don't want to get it misconstrued, even though they say Roman Empire, so I know a lot, but we'll clear. That's Carthage and what happens really, how it got stolen. But the Sassanid Persian Shah Shanshah, King of Kings, and a lesser degree, King of Aksum, whose importance was rather peripheral in the Byzantine worldview. Now, just to read that would confuse us. But what they're saying is this King of King right, the last places that actually could have claimed this right was Persia and Aksum. Persia and Aksum. How did Ethiopia get in this where it could create Basilius? Because that's a King of Kings right. That's the authority. Because this is what the Pope and all of them want. See, this is why the title is now, the name Basilius falls on the priest. Because the Star King right was a birthright, but then the church seized that as an essence of they have the truth. And anybody that goes against it in their way is doing evil. But the truth of the star was the Sothic star, constellational rights that we had that declared throne rights. And we've went through that there is the parent throne and then there are the minor children thrones. But the birthright circulates through all of the children thrones based on star coordinations, based on birthrights, and so forth. And then the elder child that comes, because you call it heirs, rights, and they kept this. But our history goes into a pantheon aspect. And see, that's how they get us, is in that aspect. We get lost. So you get the Melchizedek Ethiopia. And you go further in it, and you get later on the children of Mara began, because we're talking about Mara and Amara were family childrens out of the Majad or begot Mara, which came out of the Melchizedek lineage. So Amaras and the Aroma are the same people in different aspects, and we're going to get to that. Later on, the children of Mara began to be called Amara, Hamara, and the words and Ha were used as indicators. Thus, the Aroma and the Amara share the same father and grandfather. It is tragic and unfortunate that the Aroma and the Amara have been misled to fight each other in the past or in our time. Both the Aroma and the Amara originated in Gojan, and the Aroma didn't come from Asia. Understand this now. Or Madagascar, as Alikete and others ill-informed historians suggest. Later, each tribe split. Remember the 12 kings, Ethiopian Empire. They all went in certain directions, developing nation states in a certain sense, state, imperial states. The Aroma, later each tribe split and spread all over the breadth and length of Ethiopia. What's the length and breadth of Ethiopia? Even the rest of Africa to seek out their fortune. The Amara specialized in warfare and administration. For example, when Axumite was a little boy, he was crowned as Pharaoh of Egypt by the name Ramses. It was the Amara who accompanied him all the way from Ethiopia to Egypt, about 2850 years ago, to protect his throne. About 350,000 Amaras went with him to Egypt. Some of them returned to Ethiopia only after 1,850 years of stay in Egypt, accompanied King Lalibela to Ethiopia after his return from exile in Jerusalem. They built together with the local Agu people the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela. Now, we went through the Prester John, and we showed how they were waiting on this king priest, a descendant of the Magi. A descendant of the Magi. Well, the Magi's were called Balaam. So we're talking about a Melchizedek designation of authority here. And so when the Crusade Wars hit Jerusalem, they were waiting on Prester John, the king priest, to come and take Jerusalem back. This is where Europeans converted to Christianity. Because of the delegation of authority and the battle against the church, and the church support against pushing the Islamic war actually into those lands to dominate who? It was a strategy now here. So now, instead of the king priest, descendant of the Magi's, coming and fighting the Crusade Wars, New Jerusalem is built. And a new River Jordan. So the designations of certain land markers is now in Ethiopia. So this star prophecy, I didn't go that far. Go one more step. Let's go one more step. So now we got Axum, and we've got them declaring the Basilius. And we remember people try to tell us that Frumentius came and gave Izana or taught Izana Christianity, and Ethiopia converts. But King Izana took the message of Frumentius and raised an obelisk with the titleage Basilius on it, King of Kings. So Ethiopia didn't receive religion. They received direction of star knowledge of birthright, right? Throne right that has to come through the mother, the Kushite throne. So they received knowledge of the birthright of the Basilius coming to them. So the titleage King of Kings comes to Ethiopia. That's not religion. That's a living birthright. That's the birthright that the Council of Nice stole through the implementation of pushing forth the Jesus story. Because now they take the star and they put it with a character. And then they say the church owns the character. So they're stealing a power structure. But what was the history of this power structure? Because we just said star kings. And how far and what does it mean in that aspect? So let's just do one more. No, it done got late, but trying to just get the point through. So y'all give me a little tolerance, and I'll take us there. So we always hit this point. Remember, this is Baba Clyde study on the R1M173 Kushite haplogroup that is spread from Africa throughout Eurasia. Now, in this construct, we get that the Kushite people are usually associated with the C group, right? So it goes through Nigeria, through Congo. So we want to not make a separation on our part. But we always read this. The Greek Roman writers, let me turn it this way. The Greek Roman writers made it clear that there were two Kushite empires. Now remember, we read on the Ethiopian kings list that Aram and Ori had a battle. And Aram was originally in the land that would be called the Hamite or Kushite, Canaanite, Ham land, the lands of Ham. And Aram, Ori, gets outside of the land. Not all of Ori, not all of Aram. Because remember, we're talking about an Ethiopian kings list. So all of these are the same people. So now we have to understand, in the kingdoms, there's a battle. And the Greek writer Homer alludes that to the two Kushite empires when he wrote, a race divided from the sloping rays, the rising and the setting sun surveys. So we're divided. But this Kushite empire, we always make it clear, that the Cushites were also called Ethiopians. So we know that they try to put the term as Greek, but we know the term Ethiopia or Ethiop was before the Greeks because they quoted it as their god. Now we go through the Cushites, and we already did this before where we talked about the Ethiopian king Memnon. And here they tell you that the Elamites, now this is up near above Jerusalem, Elam. This is your Ugaric or Ugarit language areas called the Elamites, the Elam area. But they say Tithenius, king of Cush, a Cushite king ruled this area. This is Memnon. So now you got to think. So Memnon came up to Troy. He comes up in the Trojan Wars. He comes in their battle. What is he doing? What's going on? So they call him the Susanians. But let's keep with the Basilius, right? Because we were just trying to make sure that the history is clear. So now when we look at the Basilius, and they tell us that Persia, the Shashan, he was also one who would receive the titleage. They were still worthy to receive the titleage as King of Kings under the Basilius, right? Oh man, I gotta pull that right here and get it right where it's supposed to be at. All right. So when we study what they said, it seems like, okay, Persia and Ethiopia, or Axum, didn't just say Ethiopia. Persia and Axum were the last two that had that birthright. But what were they saying? Because, you know, they give, when they talk about the Magi's, the three wise men, they put one of the wise men with the Persia Empire. They put one with Arabia or Ethiopia, and then they put the other one with Iran or India. So you got Balthazar, Melekar, and Caspar. But they're tricking us with a lack of knowledge. You know, they say ignorance to law is no excuse. So we're diplomatic, so we're studying the charters. The Armenians made it clear that the ancients, because we're dealing with ancient documents, so we're talking about tracing the haplogroup as well. So we're genetics. So if we're arguing a legal case based on Ethiopian empire and our charter and our delegation of authority and the claimage in many components of lands and so forth as indigenous peoples throughout the world. The Armenians made it clear that the ancients called Persia, Media, Elam, Rhea, and the entire area between the Tigris and the Indus, or Indus Kush, river, Kush. So all that area called Kush. Bartisans, writing in his book of laws of countries in the 2nd century, said that the Bactrians were called Khwazani or Kushanians. The Armenians called earlier Parthians, and we'll look at that, Kushanians, and acknowledge their connections with them. Homer, Herodotus, and the Roman scholar Strabo called the southern Persia Ethiop. So Persia was known as Ethiopia. So who's the birthright goes to? So if the Basilius was either to go to Persia or to Axum, then that means what are you tracing this birthright on for the Basilius? Because this is the titleage of authority that the Pope takes on and issues a decree that becomes what people would say is the law of the world. But His Imperial Majesty has countered this action. Now in our diplomatics, we study the ancient history to see how we lost the track. And in this story of Jesus comes an element of great concern amongst us, but the story is not quite rightly told. just to speed up in this element, Melchizedek becomes a key. And we always stress that His Imperial Majesty declared this to the world. When His Imperial Majesty took Abyssinia back under the tutelage of the Empire of Ethiopia. See, that was a declaration of Melchizedek, the Basileus. This is where the title is King of Kings. And then His Majesty's birth is under the Sothic Star Order. When we track it back into the biblical aspects, the Sothic birth doesn't come. It turns into they use our science of the Orion and the star Sirius to make the three wise men, because this is what we travel under. We travel under the science. So the three wise men is a science as well as a historical documentation of these three Ethiopian states, empires, that fall under this Sothic star order. Now, if this birthright continues, the rulership in which the Europeans took, they won't have it. They have to undermine it. So now, when we get to the Council of Nice and we start studying Arius and them in their debates and their arguments, you have to really think about what they're arguing then. Because we study Serapis. So regardless of how people want to throw it, originally there wasn't the Christos, it was Serapis. And then from Serapis, they created the Christos, the Christ. But each one of those represented a science that our ancestral people were used to under the Asar and the Aset. So still it was trying to be in line with the Rock of all ages from those times so that the people's mental accepted it. But then the Council of Nice changes it from a science to a personification of an individual, that now the divinity and things fall into this individual. And the humanitarian and the divinity, now the embodiment of the entire truth. So now they're arguing that once you take this science away from the people and you put it here and they have to wait here for that science, then you destroy the natural order here. What are they talking about? So who are these people that were keepers of it? Let's go a little further. I'm getting there, y'all. I'm sorry. All right, let's get there. Man, I'm gonna put the book in. Oh, shoot. I sent it to you, so I'm good. Didn't I send it to you? All right, there we go. All right. All right. So there's a key thing why we chose this story of King Hezekiah. And The period of Egyptian history around 710-702 depicts the god king as pretty obscure to an average person. We tend to study ancient civilization during the mid to late elementary years. The typical unit on Egypt's emphasizes the time between the unification of the two kingdoms through the age of the pyramids in the Old Kingdom, about 3100 through 2600, then the heights of Egypt's political power during the reign of Thutmose III, 1504-1450, then Ankheten, 1379-1362, and his interesting but failed attempt to impose monotheism on Egypt is studied. Now, we'll explain that in two contexts. Is after the Hyksos, the priesthoods were divided, and the priesthoods had now been trained to raise taxes to keep their temple open. And so the theories of teaching to make people come to one temple over the other temple was now the mental theories. The old ways were gone. So Ankheten is trying to get people around that sacred fire again, and to get out of the division that's come through what has happened through the invasion of the Hyksos. So the Hyksos have broken the order. The people have been raised in darkness. People have been raised in temple battles for tax money and so forth. So now in the restoration of that, the end of division, the one fire, the one flame, which they say is monotheism, but still in the essence of it, there still was the polytheism. So that's why no one could really, even though it says the one God, all of the pantheon was still attached. So it didn't eliminate it, it just brought them to that one point. And our last video is going to make that clear. On Egypt study next, his successor, the very weak Pharaoh Tutankhamun. This is where we talk about Horemheb in the 19th dynasty, a general who went against the birthright. So this is where the first entrance into going against the Sothic star kings starts to evolve. And it continues. And every time we created mercenary armies and we trained slaves and so forth, those generals and stuff that we put out to fight those wars, it turned into where we had created our own problem. Because then they want the power, and they're not honoring the Sothic star power, because to them, it's not your God that's keeping you in power. It's me, the general, the soldiers. We're the power. So your fortune is not with the gods, it's with us. So the elements start to change in the subconscious. And all of this is because of the first elements that brought the wars in, that took us away from the one consciousness. Only mentioned in conjunction with the modern recovery of the tomb and its spectacular treasures. So let me get a little further in here. As our story opens, Egypt has been under the rule of Kush, located in what at the present northern Sudan. For several generations, the new kingdom with its long series of dynasties had collapsed. First Libyan princes from the west and now Kushite leaders from the south had each succeeded for a time in imposing their own dynastic rule on Egypt. You know how they tell it. But as rapidly expanding Assyria. So who are these Assyrians? In the north absorb one nation after another. Egypt is very interested in maintaining a buffer soon between itself and these latest invaders. Thus it is supporting Palestine and Phoenicia in their doomed efforts to ward off the Assyrian threat. Now the kings of Judea hopes for the same support. Since the death of King Solomon around 922 BC, Israel had been divided in two kingdoms. Very important. Israel in the north and Judea in the south. Both kingdoms have been weakened by conflict with one another. Worse still, as the Old Testament scriptures relate, God's chosen people in both kingdoms had largely turned to idolatry. Bible. Often with the encouragement of their kings. The northern kingdom had fallen to Assyria in 721, less than a generation before the events of our story. Over her history, and only 8 of Judea's 20 kings worshiped the true one God. So when we say Hebrew and Yahweh, Israel, and what we say they believed in, it's in the paradigm of one aspect. That's from the monotheistic mindset is what we're interpreting from. So we don't see from the polytheist, we don't see from the mother goddess point. So we're tracking the story in a certain element that could be on a literal, and we're missing it because some of the things speak a lot more deeper. We'll get there. So 8 of Judea's 20 kings worshiped the true God, and even these did little or nothing to abolish idol worship among the people. It was during these centuries that great prophets such as Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Joel called upon the people and their rulers to reform. Hezekiah, king of Judea, whom we meet in this book, was one of these few whose faith in God was rewarded. His kingdom, although much reduced, was not annihilated by the Assyrians. This story speculates about the persons and events through which God arranged this. I'm just reading from this. Well-researched, well-written fiction like God King opens our minds and imaginations to the past. So they go and they exaggerate in the story, but they give you the history. So go down here. Later on, it shows integrating God King into your curriculum is as simple as reading it aloud in the evening, a chapter or 2 per night. Later on, show your children where this story takes place on the timeline, around 710-702 BC. In comparison to other events you have studied in Egyptian, Greek, Roman, or Bible history, read the biblical passage mentioned in the authors afterwards. Compare a map, ancient Egypt, and its surrounding with the modern globe. Locate Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, where ancient Nubia and Kush was located, and Iraq is Syria. Look at the maps, the biblical Palestinian, and locate the kingdoms of Judah and Samaria. Fans of the classical, well, let me stop right there, because Samaria and the kings of Judah. Now, let's do some, did you know this kind of topic here. Now open it up like this, because I was going to go back and forth. So look at King Hezekiah's symbol. The bullet seal impression of King Hezekiah originally sealed the document written on papyrus. The thin cords which the document was tied left their mark on the reverse of the bulla, Orion. So here you see the Ankh, Kemetic symbols. Now, I don't want to go too far from it, but I'm going to make this point from a different point. I got to get to the other one first. Oh, where is it at? I'm going to download it. I guess I didn't. Alright, so let me get it. This. Alright. Alright. So now, just trying to save time. most of us, when we study the Bible, we don't know that historically, when they researched the kings of Israel, kings of Judah, the historical elements for the kings that they find are only the kings highlighted here in yellow. And this is where you kind of have to look at the historical elements when they talk in the stories. So Omri, Ahad, Jehu, Jahaz, Jeroboam, Menahem, Pekah, Hoshea, and then goes to Hezekiah. Meaning that when you say the history of them, let me see, did I pull that document up first? Let's say the history of them, the component of that is that they have nope, I didn't that there is more. Remember that when they try to track history, we're doing diplomatics. So you studying ancient charters and texts. So the only way to say someone or something actually did exist in history is there has to be another document or cortex of history that documents them. Now, the key to that is the names in which we don't understand the history. Now, some of you could say this looks like Ori, and it's Omri. And most of you have heard the story of Ahab and Jehu, but let's get this clear here, because I want us to understand this history as we've been woven in time to see it as. Also, I did wrong. Omri or Omri dynasty was a ruling house of ancient kingdom of Israel, founded by King Omri around 880 BC. Now, this is not regular, because when you speak of Israel or the Israelites, you don't speak of dynasties. When it gets to Ethiopia, it changes because they say Solomonic dynasty. So language is important because they have the kings of Israel, but now we're going to get into something. The dynasty is most known for its powerful and prosperous reign, led by the kings such as Omri and his son Ahab, who made Samaria the capital, and expanded Israel's territory. However, the dynasty is also famous in the Hebrew Bible for its perceived promotion of foreign deities, particularly the cult of Baal, due to the queen Jezebel's influence, which led to the strong opposition from the prophets like Elijah and Elisha. The dynasty ended around 841 BC when the king Jeroboam was assassinated by Jehu, who then seized the throne. The key aspects of the Omri dynasty. Foundation rule. King Omri founded the dynasty, established Samaria as the new capital of the northern kingdom. The dynasty ruled for approximately 40 years and brought a period of stability, economic growth, territory expansion for Israel. Ahab, Jezebel, Omri's son, King Ahab, was a prominent ruler through his marriage to the Phoenician princess Jezebel, introduced the worship of foreign gods to Israel, most notably Baal. This is the central theme of conflict of the biblical narrative. Biblical and historical accounts. The biblical perspective, the Bible's authors who were likely biased against the Omrides due to their perceived idolatry portrayal, the dynasty negatively, highlighting their promotion of foreign gods and actions against prophets. Archaeological and extra-biblical evidence, archaeological findings in cities like Samaria and Jezreel support the biblical accounts of the Omrides' building programs and the dynasty's prosperities. Extra-biblical sources like the Black Obsolete of Shalmaneser III also mention the dynasty's influence. The end of the dynasty was overthrown by Jehu, a violent coup around 841 BC. Jehu killed King Jeroham, Ahab's son, and Queen Jezebel, and eradicated the entire Omrad family to solidify his claim to the throne. Very important here. The Omrides' power was so significant that even after their fall, Assyrian records referred to the kingdom of Israel as the land of the house of Omri. So I'm going to go to the Wikipedia so you can see what that means. That they didn't use what you think they used as their name. The Omride dynasty, Omrides, or House of Omri, Bet Omri, Akkadian Bit Omri, were the ruling dynasty of the kingdom of Samaria, founded by King Omri. The dynasty's rule ended with the murder of Jeroham of Israel by Jehu. Now, 5 Assyrian records also known to refer to either the land of Omri or House of Omri. An archaeological reference to Omri and his unnamed son is found on the Mestela, the only Northwest Semitic inscription known to reference this name. According to the Bible, Omri rulers of Israel were Omri, Ahab, Uzziah, Jeroham. Ahab's daughter, Athaliah, also became queen regent of the kingdom of Judah. Biblical accounts. Overall, the Bible portrays the Omrides as apostates who abandoned Yahwehism for Baal. In terms of the foreign policies, they dealt with troublesome neighbors such as the Aram, Damascus, and the Moab, and allied with the kingdom of Judah through marriage. But domestically, they established Samaria as the new capital city. Eventually, Jehu revolted against them and fully restored Jeroham, the golden calf cult. The last ruler, Athaliah, survived and usurped Judean throne. However, Jehoiah was the son of Josaphat and the grandson of Nemishi, and could possibly be a great-grandson of Omri, although the latter notion is not supported by the biblical text, which would extend the period of the house of Omri for much longer. Most modern historians follow either older chronologies established by William Albright and Eden Thiele, or newer chronologies of Gershon Gali and Kenneth Kitchen, all of which appear. Omri reigned over Israel, Samaria for 12 years, death, natural causes. Ahab ben Omri Malik Yasseril reigned over Israel and Samaria for 22 years. He died upon arrival of Samaria. So they give this. Hold up, I'm going to go a little past this. Biblical scholars Edwin Lipson speculates that Baal does not refer to the Phoenician deity but to Yahweh of Samaria. The pro-Judean authors of the Hebrew Bible conflated them because they considered the latter to be Yahweh's heresies. The Mesha Stela likewise mentions the Yahweh's orientations of Omri. And Shemo said to me, go take Nebo against Israel. And I took it, and I took from the vessels of Jehovah, and offered them before Jemos. Royal names, Jeroham, Aziah, Athlilah, were theophoric and referred to Yahweh. But there is evidence that Baal does not refer to Yahweh, based on Jezebel's royal seal and personal background. Thus, the Omri promoting Yahweh by integrating imagery from the Ugaric, Elamite, Elam, Cush, Baal, Shaman, which is the later biblical prophets accepted, falls in line with earlier supporters of monoartheist Yahwism factions. So let's go historically here. Hold on. Boy, I don't want to go to Hazel so fast, but I want you. All right. Second Matthew. The Mishnah Stella describes the oppression of Moab by Omri, king of Israel, and the Moabites' victory over his unnamed son, probably referring to Ahab. The Mishnah Stella bears a Moabite inscription about 840 BC by Mesha, ruler of Moab, in which Mesha tells of the oppression of Moab by Omri, king of Israel, his son after him in boost of his own victories over the latter. Though the biblical claims that Jehu killed the last Omri king of Jehoram and his allies King Ahaziah of the Judah in a coup about 841 BC, afterwards going on to destroy most of the remaining members of the house of Omri, archaeological evidence casts some doubt on this account. The author of the Tel Dan Stela, usually identified as King Hazael of Damascus, appears himself to have claimed to have killed the two kings. Part of the gift-bearing Israelites' delegation of King Jehu, the Black Obsolete. In addition, the Black Obsolete of King Shalmaneser III of Assyria, because this becomes important, remember, so we need to know this Assyria, usually dated to 840 BC, names Jehu as son of Omri, and the reign of Jehu usually given as 814 BC. Nevertheless, the reference to the son of Omri in the Black Obsolete in the expression of Jehu's son of Omri may be reference to the house of Omri, which is believed to be the Assyrian name for the kingdom of Israel. So they didn't call it Israel like that. So when they, because you always hear me say archaeological evidence, there's only one stela that actually mentions the name Israel. So what they've done is they found and tracked the name House of Omri. And then they've owned, that's why I say on the king's list in the Bible, archaeologically, biblically, the way they tell the story, there is no archaeological evidence to say Israel. So everything has a second end context in the story is then said that this is what it means. But House of Ori is very important. Or Omri. The table below lists all the historical reference to Omri in the Assyrian records. Assyrian kings, Shalmaneser III, going all, Telgeth-Pileser III, Sargon, and so forth. So let's go one more back, because it just say the Black Obsolete. So let's get Hazael. Hazael was a king of Aram, Damascus. And Aram means who? Ori. Ori. Make sure everybody with me. I know it got late. We're trying to get to the last closing. So let me do it again. Make sure we keep up. Ori. Aram. Now, so when we say Canaan, the land of Canaan was called Canaan Aram. So when we say that the division happened in these lands, and some were outside of the lands, right? This is northern Egypt. Well, what you call, no, southern Egypt, sorry. This is southern Egypt. And when we go to talking about the two kingdoms, remember the first dynasty, Semiket, the two ladies, so the mother stories. So these are throne right areas, Cushite areas, and this is Aram. So, sorry, this has it took me down here. Nope, that with the Hazel. Can I open up another one? Hazael was king of Aram, Damascus, mentioned in the Bible. Under his reign, Aram Damascus became an empire that ruled over large contemporary Syria and Israel, Samaria. So they always put them two together now. While he was likely born in greater Damascus region of today, his place of birth is unknown, with both Beshan, which is Jerusalem, and the Bequa Valley being favored by different historians. But look what his name is. El, God has seen. That's Hazael. So Hazael leads us to his predecessor, Hadad, Ben Hadad. Ben Hadad. So you're looking at these contemporary names, which I'm trying to see if I can not have to do long read. Nope, gonna have to do a long read. So just to quick pace it, you're looking at his picture, you're looking at him. You can see what this is. Look what's on side of him. Look at the symbols. Look at this face. Now, let's try to make this clear by using their mythology to help us get to this. In Greek mythology, Belus was king of Egypt, the father of Aegyptus and Danas, and brother to Angona, and wife of Belus had been named Archoria Sidium, an epony of Phoenicians, so they're going into Phoenicians. Alright. Alright, I want to get straight to Belus. Okay, I'm going to have to go back one. Because was gonna go there. All right, mythology, right? I'm sorry. Here we go. All right, Belus and Baal. Modern writers supposedly a possible connection between Belus and one and another god who bore the common Northwest Semitic titles Baal. Now, hold on. I'm moving fast and I'm trying to, because I know I've spent a lot of time. We looked at the three stages: Mother Goddess, pantheons, right? When we get to the pantheons, or the polytheism, and remember the intuition, the science, and all of that is still there. They try to say sex science and so much like that. Europeans took it like that. If we understood what that science was on birthing and star birth, they took it for the lower meanings. Now, Belus in Greek mythology, how they used to track our history, is the key. The modern writers supposedly put the connection of Belus and one another with the Semitic title Baal. According to some sources, Belus was the son of Poseidon by Libya. So this is not Greek. They're giving you a history. Bel is associated with Babylon and Assyria. But again, Greeks had a distant relation with the area, and in contrast, they had trading relations with North Canaanites of Syria and the Ugarites. And the Levantine, the Delta, city in Tyros, city of Tyre, cities that are mentioned in Greek myths about Belus, and his name is an echo of the Canaanite god Baal. With the Akkadian Babylonian script is replaced with Enlil. So the Gilgamesh, the Unalish, where you speak of the Anunnaki, you got Enkidu and Enlil. So with it, which in the Akkadian Babylonian scripts is replaced with Enlil, meaning Lord, and may be connected Marduk, but most probable connection in the ancient Levantine Canaanite mythology is Baal Hadad, a fertility god. So it's a fertility god. This is the order in which this kingdom and the kings in them are obtaining their birthright, and they're following based on the elementals of their environmental structures in which their people are associated. So if you say alchemy, or you say the craftsmen's, what's the movie Airbender, and then you find you got airbenders, you got water people, you got earth people. This was a reality of our cultures. So in just simplifying that language, here you have the mythology going to Baal Hadad, a fertility god whose attributes are lightning and forces of nature, thunder. So let's So when we went through, I hit the wrong thing, so when we went through this before, we started with Memon, we started with explaining how they put Zeus, and Zeus had another name, which was Basilius, which was Ethiop. So these are collections of peoples that they say are the gods, but they have different meanings beyond what we say. Dionysus goes back to Osiris, the Oceanus people. So this supposedly connects between Belus of Egypt and Zeus Belus. So Zeus had a title of Belus, the god murder. So when you heard him speaking of the pantheon, I know when he said the Greek, Zeus and them, it just No, that's like our Orishas. And then when you got kings, they have the titlage. My Ori, my head is Baba Luaye. My name is Lazarus, which Saint Lazarus is Baba Luaye. But the story of Baba Luaye and Lazarus is pretty much the same stories, right? So I would be governed and mine would be under Baba Luaye. But my actual thing is Ofunka. I'm older than Obatula. So if I speak to you and write like this, you would then say, he is Baal, he is Murdoch. But I'm speaking to you on my birth reading. My head, my Ori. So when we look at our ancestors in the language that they're speaking, how the European has brought it to us in an interpretation of a religious history is a deceptive creation that throws our minds off. Because they have us in a psychosis where we can't even read our own ancient mindsets. So diplomatics is reclaiming in the science of going through the ancient charters, tracking yourself. So when we get to Bel Hadad, and we're looking at this as Greek mythology that led us to a history that went to Egyptus. Who is Egyptus? Was a legendary king of ancient Egypt. But this is Greek mythology. Why are they not talking about Greek? Because they didn't have a history to write this. They still had to write the stories of what gods? The mythical kings, the gods. So when we go to the Turin Kings list, it's telling you about the mythical kings and the gods. But all of this is attached to Ethiopia. But Ethiopia goes to Melchizedek. See, so now the rock of all ages starts to collide into all of this. And then we remember it's a sacred fire that we were keeping. And that now the restore of order, unity, and an overstanding of that the illusions of our division would come through a tactic of our oppressor. Our God is the God of the living and not of the dead. So we deal with a living reality. Ethiopia did not receive a religion. They received their birthright. And they're keepers of a sacred birthright. They're keepers of the flame, of the fire, of the knowledge, of the rock of all ages. Europeans came to you and what did they call it? They wanted the alchemist stone. What did they want? And they said it was according, it's like the lost word. So let's just hit back to Hezekiah right quick. So when we talk about the Omride and Hezekiah, the way they've given us the history is very kind of deceptive in a sense. So we looked at our timeline and we talked about the 12th dynasty, Sebek Nefru. And then we talked about the 18th dynasty with Ahmosis, and it went into the 19th dynasty, Horemheb, and then you have your Ramses, and these are the different ages. And it's still in the same basis of the science in which we were looking at. So here. Is it this one or that one?
When you use your camera on your phone, all you do is you have to go to each picture and take a picture of each one. Then
This is the god Amun in his ram form. He could be Ammon, he could be Amen, because we don't get the vowels, we just get, it's like an Hebrew, you just get one consonant. So he's the god Amun. You know, I would say I love this piece. I'm not an idolater, but there's something about this piece which I find quite beautiful. If I could have that on my study desk, I would. I wouldn't bow down to it or anything, you know, it's like a couple of candles stuff, other than that, you know, it's just a stunning piece. Beneath his protective chin is a pharaoh. I want to know who the pharaoh is. Where am I going to look? Well, this belt is way too small to have a cartouche on it, but at least we're remembering the right thing. His name is around the outside. His name is Tirhaka. Now look at his face particularly, because this shows the sort of excellency and the expertise of the sculptors of the day. There are two things about him that are trying to tell us something. One is, his face is not typically Egyptian. Okay, look, it's very rounded face here, and with two pieces. Plus, what does he have on his head? It looks like two cobras, because it is two cobras. So again, everything tells us something. One cobra, I'm the king of Egypt, defender of Egypt. A second cobra means I also have another kingdom. And this other kingdom is Ethiopia or Kush. Okay? So he is an Ethiopian pharaoh, king of Egypt. Everybody thinks all the pharaohs were Egyptian. They weren't, it's just whoever won the last battle. And in this case, we're about 700 BC. The pharaoh of the time is Tirhaka Kushite. And so he tells you I've got two kingdoms. Okay? Here is where we actually get a pharaoh name in the scriptures, because we've moved on that guy, 1250 BC. We are now 701 BC exactly. What is happening in 701 BC? The great Assyrian king Sennacherib, who we're going to meet in a minute, is on his way down through Israel, through the northern territories, city by city, besieging and destroying them. He is on his way to Jerusalem, where the big guy sits. The big guy at the time on the throne is Hezekiah. He's a good guy, right? He's one of the few good guys. There aren't many out of the 40 kings. He's a good guy. And he also has the benefit of having a prophet, a genuine living prophet, who is able to talk to him and tell him what God says. The prophet is Isaiah. And what we get here, by the way, this whole series of incidents is recounted in Isaiah and Kings and Chronicles. Pretty much, you know, that each one adds a little bit of flavour or detail, but 3 times we're told this story. And in Isaiah, of course, it's like a historical interlude amongst the rest of the prophecy. So Isaiah is going to Hezekiah saying, look, Sennacherib's on his way down. God has told us that he is not going to get as far as Jerusalem. He's not going to touch the place. You're going to be fine. But Hezekiah, like most of us, is a godly guy who occasionally has a wobble. And one of the wobbles is this. He is so worried about the size and ferocity of Sennacherib's army, he sends envoys down to Egypt and says, look, Sennacherib on his way, he is threatening me, he's coming for me, when he's finished with us, he's coming for you, because this guy's into world domination, no question. And to be fair to Tirhaka, who actually at this particular moment is still planning things, but he raises an army, he comes up into Israel, he engages Sennacherib, he gets a right kicking for his troubles, and he goes away again. And it is as if God is saying, thank you, Tirhaka, for coming to help Israel, but we don't need you. Because I have another way of resolving this problem, which we'll see very, very clearly laid out for us in history and archaeology, right here in the museum. So Tirhaka was a good guy. He came to the help of Israel when they called. And I don't know if we were meant to make this connection at all, but think about the book of Acts, think about the gospel starting to go out from Jerusalem and Judea, Samaria to the ends of the earth. Where is the first place we are told in the ends of the earth section that the gospel goes? Think of Philip, chariot, Ethiopia. There's an Ethiopian high official of the court of the queen reading what? Isaiah. Reading about, an ancient king of his, and Philip says, "Do you understand?" And he explains the gospel.
So,
And the gospel goes to Ethiopia. I don't know if we're supposed to make that connection, but it's interesting. Why Ethiopia first?
so the stories connect, and I'll do it in a simplified form for you. In the King Hezekiah's time, in King Zedekiah's time, you have where they say prophet Jeremiah. In King Hezekiah's time, you have prophet Hezekiah. You have King Hezekiah, and you have prophet Isaiah. Isaiah. In the Hezekiah period, Isaiah is the prophet. So the story is that Philip meets the Ethiopian eunuch, who's the trader traveling for Queen Makeda, and hears the story of Jesus, the prophecy, but he's studying the book of Isaiah. And it seems odd, but in this time period of Hezekiah, the clarity of what is the two ladies, the north and the south of Egypt as a kingdom. And when we speak of the kingdom, we then went into the Kushite Ethiopian Empire that spread all the way into India, all the way into Asia. So when we speak of the battles, as the Bible puts it, and they now put it as just Damascus, Bashan, Jerusalem, the element of this being considered the southern empire, the southern part of Egypt or Kemet, is not there. And so when we're looking at these kingdoms or these people that are fighting, a lot of times we don't even know what the stories are saying, because it's when they go back historically how they have predicted some of these wars are supposed to have been going on. It wasn't nothing but changing in priesthoods. So the paradox on how they were educating the people was really the greater battle, or the star knowledge and who fell under it. And this king was weak and was not upholding certain things, then one has to come and remove it. And this was the ancient tradition. And even though he said it the way he said it, You know, even though he said it as though Tahaka just came up to this area, and like it was, he just decided to do a favor. You know, it really undermines the reality of what was really going on. So when we do our diplomatics, we come back to the Armana letters, and we see that there is a consistence of diplomatic correspondence between the Egyptian administration, government, thrones, as that we would say, customary rulers, and its representatives in Canaan, Amaru, or the neighboring kingdom leaders during the New Kingdom, spanning periods of no more than 30 years in the middle of 14th century. The letters were found in Upper Egypt at El Amara, the modern name of the ancient Egyptian capital of Ankheton, found by the pharaoh Ankheton during the 18th dynasty. So these Amana letters show that it wasn't just Taharka just came up to Jerusalem. According to these letters, they're administering their delegation of authority to help govern the people and keep the sacred fires. The Amana letters are unusual in Egyptological research because they are not written in the language of ancient Egypt, but in cuneiform. So when we talk about the Shalmaneser the third and Hazael and those periods and the Baal Hadads or the Ben Hadad, then you start falling under what they're saying in this language. Most are in a variety of Akkadian, sometimes characters as mixed language, Canaanite or Canaanite. And so, this is all Cushite people. So their language and tongue was once one, but now they've been broken into certain components. One especially long letter abbreviated EA24 was written in a later dialect of Hurarians and is longest contiguous text known to survive in that language. So they find Armana letters from the kingdoms throughout the Canaanites up into the Elamites, the Ugarites, everywhere were responding back to Egypt as the administrator and governors of the lands. And so when we overstand this and even into Jerusalem, let me see, these tablets shed much light on Egypt's relationship with Babylonia, Assyria, Syria, Canaan, Alicia, Cyprus, Mitannia, Hittites, all throughout. The Babylonian king Kadasham Enlil anchored in the time frame of Ankheton. Just to give you Kassites, that was where we talked about the Cushite Tithias, who was Menam's father. They were called Kassites. So when we're looking at this history and oh, they don't show it. I thought they would have showed it here. I don't know why they don't show it. All right, but oh well, if I don't show it, I'll need to go into it. All right, so let's get back over here. So the Amana letters show that when people speak of this history, they're still disconnecting it from certain components with us, so that we don't see it as a legacy that ties to our story. So we're gonna go one more step further, because what is it about our story, and what does it mean? And when we talk about the Ethiopian World Federation, and that's where I didn't do the last thing. Let me just do that before I go in here. A federation, also called federal states, is an entity characterized by a union of partially self-governing province. So each local of the Ethiopian World Federation represents like a province, states or other regions under the federal government. What makes it a government? Federalism. In federation, the self-governing status of the component states, locals, as well as divisions of power between them, committees and so forth, and the central government, IEC, is constitutionally, we're chartered with the Constitution from the Emperor, entrenched and may not be altered, so our Constitution is the foundation of us, by a unilateral decision, so nobody can come out and tell us what to do with our, no, that's our Constitution, just like the United States, that we have to stand on our Constitution. Neither by the component states nor, so not one local, we have to have a resolution at our convention to change any component, so it means it has to be a collective vote. Can't just be nobody just put something. So right now our Constitution says we the black peoples of the world. And the component of the faith that surrounds Ethiopian World Federation is Rastafari. There are, when we get through the history and science, there is nothing but one people on earth, and that's one of the illusions. But there are European Rastas. And our Constitution says we the black peoples of the world. And we go into Ethiopia under our charter. But there are others who would go in under the religion. And the religion may be open, but DWF is not open to white people. It's we the black peoples of the world, for a reason, for us to get back to a certain centering, and then we can administer and develop a certain healing to the planet. But we're going to get there. So it's the federal political body with constitutional amendments, so you can amend things, but it has to come through us. So it's a sovereign power is formally divided between central authority and a number of constituents, regions, so that each region retains some degrees. Here we go. Who is a federation? It can be considered in comparison with a unitary state. France and Japan, for example, have been unitary for many centuries. The Ourstory Empire was a unitary state with crown lands. After transformation into Austria-Hungary, monarchies and remaining crown lands of so-called Silesia became federated as landers or republics of Austria. Through the implementation of its constitution, Germany with 16 states or landers, and Nigeria with 36 states in the Federal Capital Territory are often examples of federations. Federations are also multi-ethnics and cover large areas of territory such as Russia, the United States, Canada, because the United States has multiple states. So federation is the key, and constitution, and we're all here under one sacred fire. So please trust me.
Every Sunday, my friends turn into analysts and experts. Boston has taken this.
They would begin to synchronize their breath. What if light itself could unite tribes? You have been shown the image of a sun god as a king, a solitary, an absolute monarch, ruling from a golden throne in the heavens. You have been taught You have been taught that the power of Ra was the power of singular, projective, and often destructive force.
But what if this was the
But
great
what if this was the great and
tragic
tragic lie of an age that had forgotten how to gather? What if the sun's greatest power was not in its blinding glare, but in its gentle and irresistible warmth?
The ancient
masters of the Nile, the initiates who could read the silent and geometric language of the light, knew a different truth.
They knew
that Ra was not just a king.
He was an
architect. He was the architect of gathering.
He was the
one who understood
the
the sacred and forgotten science of how to draw all peoples, all ideas, and all energies around the same single and eternal fire.
And the
greatest and most secret of all his creations was not a pyramid or a temple of stone. It was a living and breathing temple of light, a sacred and energetic field that was known to the initiates as the Hearth of Nations. This was not a physical place. It was a state of being, a field of such profound and beautiful coherence that in its presence, all differences, all conflicts, all the chaotic and warring frequencies of the divided self would simply dissolve into a single, unified, and powerful rhythm. The myth says that Ra built this hearth at the very center of the world, and that in its great and silent flame, every spark was a nation, and every flicker was a voice. This is not a story about a god. This is a story about a technology, a lost and sacred science of unification through alignment. It is a blueprint that encodes the timeless and eternal principle of how individuals and entire civilizations can consolidate their power, their purpose, and their identity, not by erasing their individuality, but by learning to harmonize it. The Hearth of Ra is the forgotten template for all true and lasting community, for all successful and sustainable creation. It is the secret of how to lead not by domination, but by illumination. And in a world that is now tearing itself apart in the cold and lonely darkness of its own division, the remembering of this one single and ancient fire is the only thing that can save you. To understand the science of the hearth, you must first understand the origin of the flame. The ancient masters did not see the sun as a distant and separate object. They saw it as the one, single, and eternal fire, from which all other fires on earth were but a borrowed and temporary spark. Every hearth and every humble home, every torch that lit the darkness, every candle that burned on an altar was a tiny, fractal, and living piece of Ra. The fire was not a symbol of the god. The fire was the god in his most humble and accessible form. And the myth teaches that in the beginning, in the Zep Tepi, the first time, every tribe, every nation, every scattered people of the earth carried with them a single, pure, and living fragment of this original solar flame. It was their connection to the source, their inner sun, their divine and creative birthright. But as humanity spread across the face of the earth, as they moved further and further away from the one central point of their own origin, the flame began to dim. It grew weak with distance. The pure, coherent, and unific light of the one fire began to fracture into 1,000 different and competing colors. The one sacred song of creation was forgotten, replaced by a cacophony of 1,000 different and warring languages. Humanity had fallen into a state of spiritual entropy, a long and slow and cold descent into the darkness of its own separation. And the heart of Ra, the great and compassionate heart of the cosmos, ached for this disunity. And so, he performed a great and sacred act of magic. He did not issue a command from his golden throne. He did not send his armies to conquer and to force the world into a false and brutal unity. He did what the sun has always done. He invited them to adorn. He sent out a silent and vibrational call, a pulse of pure and beautiful light that rippled across the entire earth, a call that was felt not in the ears, but in the heart. And he summoned the emissaries of every region, the chieftains of the desert tribes, the shamans of the mountain peoples, the mystics of the riverlands, to gather at a single and sacred point, the solar plane, the center of the world. And he summoned them for a single purpose, to reignite their connection, to remember their shared origin, to rebuild the one great and eternal hearth by bringing their own small and flickering flames together. But this gathering was a moment of immense and terrible danger. For each tribe arrived with its own pride, its own traditions, its own color, its own rhythm, its own language. The desert people were fierce and hot like the midday sun. The river people were fluid and cool like the moon. The mountain people were silent and stoic. Like the stone. They were a collection of opposites, a symphony of dissonant notes. Chaos seemed inevitable. War seemed certain, until Ra, the great and wise conductor, revealed the forgotten and most sacred law of the fire, the law of resonance. The hearth, he taught them, does not erase difference. It harmonizes frequency. The fire does not burn brightest when all the flames are the same color. The fire burns brightest, most beautiful, and most powerful when each and every flame is allowed to contribute its own unique and irreplaceable hue to the one great and unified spectrum. The myth of the gathering is a story that is not about a single event in time, but about an eternal principle that is forever reenacting itself in the heart of all creation. The story is a cinematic and beautiful sequence, a divine and choreographed dance. Ra's great and golden solar chariot does not descend to the earth, it halts. It comes to a perfect and silent stop at the zenith, at the very apex of the sky, at the point of perfect and total balance between the rising and the setting. And on the great and empty solar plane below, a single, massive, and silent flame erupts from the earth. It is a fire that gives off no heat. It is a fire that casts no shadow. It is a pillar of pure, cold, and conscious light. And then they arrive. From the four corners of the world, the gods of the earth, the emissaries of the scattered tribes, begin to gather. From the south comes the god of the river, his skin the color of the dark and fertile silt. From the west comes the god of the desert, his eyes the color of the setting sun. From the north comes the god of the mountain, his form as silent and as solid as the granite peaks. And from the east comes the goddess of the sky, her hair a veil of stars, and they are not in harmony. They are quarreling, they are competing. Each one is claiming that their own principle, their own element, their own truth is the supreme one. The desert god argues that the fire of the will is all that matters. The river god argues that the flow of emotion is the true source of power. The mountain god argues for the strength of silence and of stillness. The sky goddess argues for the wisdom of the infinite and boundless vision. And as they argue, Ra raises his hand, and the great and silent flame at the center of the plane begins to flicker. It begins to dance. And it is no longer a single, pure, and white light. It begins to reflect the inner state of the gods themselves. When the desert god speaks, the flame roars, hot and red and angry. When the river god speaks, the flame wavers, cool and blue and sorrowful. The flame is the mirror. It is reflecting their own inner disharmony, their own beautiful and terrible and chaotic disunity. And in that moment of profound and humbling reflection, they fall silent. And then Ra speaks. And his voice is not a command. It is a teaching. He does not tell them that they are wrong. He tells them that they are all right, but that they are all incomplete. And he teaches them the lost and sacred science of the hearth. He teaches them the 3 circles. The first and the outermost circle of the hearth, he says, is the circle of diversity. It is the circle where you now stand. It is the circle of the separate flame. In this circle, your unique and beautiful difference is not just tolerated, it is honored. You are the fire of the will. You are the water of the heart. You are the earth of the body. You are the air of the mind. You are all necessary. You are all sacred. And you must never, ever surrender the truth of your own unique and irreplaceable song. The second and the middle circle, he continues, is the circle of resonance. It is the circle of the shared rhythm. Now, you must learn to not just sing your own song, but to listen to the songs of each other. You must learn to find the one, single, and unifying pulse that lies beneath all of your different melodies. And he teaches them a sacred ritual. He teaches them to breathe together. A single, slow, and unified inhale. A single, slow, and unified exhale. He teaches them to chant together, not a word of power, but a single, low, and resonant hum, the very sound of the cosmos itself. And as they breathe and as they hum, a miracle begins to happen. Their own individual and chaotic heartbeats begin to slow down. They begin to synchronize. They begin to entrain with each other until the entire assembly of the gods is breathing as one, is humming as one, is pulsating with a single, slow, powerful, and unified rhythm. This is the hearth frequency. And the third and the innermost circle, Ra declares, is the circle of illumination. It is the circle where the one is born from the many. It is the circle of creation.
Turns out if you've been in a car accident in the past year, they have to give you a huge check, and all you have to do is ask.
And he commands them to now take their own unique and beautiful flame, their own truth, and to offer it not in sacrifice, but in contribution to the one great and central fire. And as they do, as the red flame of the will, and the blue flame of the heart, and the green flame of the body, and the white flame of the mind, all merge into the central pillar of light, the flame does not become a muddy and chaotic brown. It becomes a single, brilliant, and blindingly beautiful diamond light. A light that contains all the colors of the spectrum within it. A light that is more powerful and more beautiful than the sum of its parts. The flame steadies. It rises, higher and brighter, and more coherent than ever before, a single, unified, and all-powerful pillar of creation that stretches from the earth to the heavens. The hearth has been built. The tribes have been united. And in the heart of that one, single, and unified flame, a new civilization is born. The science of the hearth is not a myth. It is a profound and practical model for leadership, for community, and for all forms of conscious and collaborative creation. The myth is a coded and geometric diagram of the energetics of synergy.
Ethiopian
The fire is the first and most crucial component.
fix this structure.
The central flame is the shared purpose. It is the one, single, and non-negotiable mission, the core vision, the why that has gathered the group together. A group without a clear and powerful shared purpose is not a hearth. It is a bonfire. It is a chaotic and temporary collection of energies that will quickly burn itself out.
So His
The fire
Majesty
must
gave
be
us the
tended.
key to
It must be
centralize.
honored. It must be the absolute and unwavering center of the circle. The circle itself is the second component. The circle is the geometric and energetic symbol of equality of position. In the circle of the hearth, there is no head of the table. There is no hierarchy. There is no one who is closer to the fire. No one who is more important than anyone else. Each position on the circumference of the circle is equal. Each voice has equal weight. Each perspective is equally valued. This is a radical, terrifying concept for a world that has been built on the model of the pyramid. The circle does not have a king. It has a center. And that center is the fire, the shared purpose, not a person. And the third component is the light. The light that is radiated from the central flame is the flow of communication. It is the open, transparent, and multi-directional exchange of energy and of ideas. In a hierarchical system, communication flows from the top down. In the system of the hearth, communication flows from the center out and from the periphery in. The light of the fire illuminates every face in the circle equally, and the warmth of the fire is felt by every member of the circle equally. There are no secrets in the circle. There are no hidden agendas. There is only the light of the shared truth. From this sacred and energetic geometry, Ra, the great and divine teacher, then extracts the three laws of the hearth, the operating principles for any leader who seeks not to be a king, but to be a fire tender. The first law is to gather, don't grip. The fire, the shared purpose, has its own intelligence, its own gravity. The role of the leader is not to control the group, not to force them into alignment, not to grip them with rules and with fear. The role of the leader is to tend the fire, to keep the shared purpose so clear, so bright, and so compelling that it naturally and effortlessly gathers the right people around it. A true leader does not have to seek out followers. Their own light is the beacon that calls them home. The second law is to listen before leading. The fire of a shared purpose is a living entity. It feeds not just on the fuel of action and of speech, but on the sacred and fertile ground of silence. The leader who is always talking, who is always commanding, who is always projecting, will eventually exhaust the fire. The true fire tender knows that the most profound and creative ideas are not born in the noise of the discussion, but in the silent and receptive spaces between the words. The leader must learn to be the guardian of that silence. They must learn to listen to what is not being said. They must learn to listen to the fire itself. The third law is to reflect before reacting. The central flame is a perfect and ruthless mirror. It reflects the inner state of the people who are gathered around it. If the group is in a state of fear and of conflict, the flame will flicker and smoke. If the group is in a state of harmony and of trust, the flame will burn bright and clear. The leader who has mastered this law does not react to the state of the flame. They reflect upon it. When the flame is chaotic, they do not try to fix the group out there. They look within themselves. They ask, what disharmony in my own being is being reflected in this fire? The leader understands that they are the keynote, the central tuning fork of the group. To bring the hearth back into harmony, they must first bring themselves back into harmony. This is the ultimate and most profound form of leadership. It is leadership not by action, but by resonance. It is the art of transforming individuality into synergy, of taking a collection of separate and competing flames and weaving them into a single, beautiful, and unstoppable fire. The secret of Ra's hearth is not a philosophy. It is a system, a living and breathing energetic model that the ancient masters did not just believe in. They built their entire civilization upon it. The principle of the hearth was not just a myth. It was the foundational blueprint for their temples, for their governance, and for their very understanding of the cosmos. The great and secret councils of the priesthoods were not held in rectangular and hierarchical throne rooms. They were held in circular chambers with an empty space for a symbolic flame at the center. This was an architectural and energetic statement. The power does not reside in a person. It resides in the center of the circle, in the shared and sacred purpose. The decisions of the state were made in a council that was a living and breathing model of the hearth. This entire structure was a perfect and beautiful mirror of the solar dynamics of the cosmos itself. The center, the sun, the fire, radiates its light, its power, its information in all directions equally. And the periphery, the planets, the members of the circle reflect that light back to the center. It is a perfect and self-sustaining feedback loop, a system of radiant, not hierarchical design. And your own modern science is now, after millennia of darkness, rediscovering this forgotten truth. Your neurologists are discovering that your brain is not a top-down command center, but a decentralized and radiant network of neurons, a neural hearth. Your social scientists are discovering that the most resilient, innovative, and powerful organizations are not the top-down pyramids of the old paradigm, but the decentralized, circular, and purpose-driven networks of the new one. The hearth model is timeless because it is not an idea that was invented. It is a law of physics that was discovered. And the most practical and powerful application of this ancient technology can be found in the lost and secret practice of the pulse meeting. The ancient initiates, before they would begin any important discussion or any collaborative act of creation, would first perform a ritual of entrainment. They would sit in a circle, in silence, and they would begin to synchronize their breath. A single, slow, and unified inhale. A single, slow, and unified exhale. They would then begin to synchronize their intention, each member of the circle focusing their own individual mind on the single, shared purpose of the gathering, the central fire. And finally, they would synchronize their tone, all of them joining in a single, low, and resonant hum, the very heartbeat of the hearth. This was not a prayer. It was an act of engineering. It was the act of consciously and deliberately tuning the individual instruments of their own nervous systems to a single, coherent, and powerful keynote. Only when the entire group was vibrating as one, only when the shared field of resonance, the hearth frequency, had been established, would they then begin the work of dialogue. This is a direct and replicable echo of Ra's original and mythical ceremony, and it is a technology that has been almost completely forgotten, replaced by the chaotic, dissonant, and ego-driven meetings of your modern world, which are not hearths of creation, but battlefields of competing wills. The power to create a new and more beautiful world is not a matter of having the right ideas. It is a matter of creating the right frequency. The myth of the Hearth of Nations is not a story about the past. It is an urgent and desperate call to your present. The world you are living in is not a world that is suffering from a lack of information or a lack of technology. It is a world that is dying from a lack of coherence. You are a scattered and warring collection of tribes once more. A civilization that has shattered into a billion glittering and lonely fragments. You are divided by your ideologies, by your technologies, by your borders, by your beliefs. The one great and central fire of your shared humanity has been all but extinguished, replaced by the cold and flickering and artificial light of a billion tiny screens. You are a people who have forgotten how to gather. And the myth of the gathering is reawakening in the collective unconscious of your world, not as a memory, but as a prophecy. Ra's call is once again echoing across the ages, a silent and vibrational call to your own heart, a call to begin the sacred and difficult work of rebuilding the hearth of nations. But this time,
I am now afraid to wash my hair too frequently because my hair is getting thicker and thicker. This shampoo is really...
the hearth is not a physical empire to be built on the sands of the earth. It is an energetic and empathetic empire to be built in the silent and fertile fields of consciousness itself. The fire of light is no longer a literal flame. It is the fire of a shared and conscious understanding. It is the fire of creative synergy. It is the fire of a mutual and heart-centered vision for a world that is not based on competition, but on collaboration. And the work of building this new hearth is not a work for kings or for priests. It is a work for you. Every single time you create a space of true and authentic connection, every time you gather with others, not from a place of ego and of agenda, but from a place of shared purpose and of deep and compassionate listening, you are rebuilding a small fragment of the great hearth. Every family, every creative team, every community, every organization has the potential to become a living and breathing temple of the sun, a radiant and powerful center of coherence in a world of chaos. And the architecture of this new and sacred unity is not a mystery. It has already been given to you in the great and interwoven tapestry of the Egyptian mysteries. You must learn to build your heart by using the very principles of the gods themselves. You must use the rhythm of Sobek, the crocodile god, the principle of the sacred flow, to learn to listen to the natural and cyclical timing of your own creative process. You must learn when to push and when to rest, when to speak and when to be silent. You must use the alignment of Horus, the falcon god, the principle of the unwavering and unified vision. You must learn to hold the central purpose of your gathering, the fire, with a clarity and a focus so absolute that it becomes the North Star for all who are gathered around it. And you must use the weaving of Isis, the great goddess of magic, the principle of the interconnected and compassionate heart. You must learn to weave the separate and beautiful threads of each individual's truth into a single, strong, and beautiful tapestry of a shared reality. Rhythm, alignment, and weaving, the crocodile, the falcon, and the goddess, the body, the mind, and the heart. These are the three pillars upon which the new hearth must be built. This is the sacred and practical trinity that can restore the architecture of unity. It is a work that is not done through force, but through presence. It is a work that is not done through control, but through resonance. It is the great and beautiful and difficult work of remembering how to be human, together. The great and final vision of this ancient and living myth is a vision of a completed and perfect creation. Ra, the great and divine fire tender, stands before the now unified and harmonious assembly of the nations. The central flame of the hearth is no longer a chaotic and flickering reflection of their old division. It is a single, stable, and unbelievably brilliant pillar of diamond light, a silent and powerful sun that has been born on the earth. And the light that cascades from his heart is not a light of command, but a light of recognition. He looks upon the faces of the gathered tribes, the ones who have had the courage to bring their own small flames to the one great fire. And he declares the final and most sacred of all the solar oaths. You were never many fires, he says. and his voice is the sound of the flame itself. You are one flame, learning to see itself from many directions. And in that moment, the assembled gods and emissaries do not bow in submission. They bow in recognition. They see that the light of the great central fire and the light within their own hearts is the same light. The division was never real, and as they bow, their own individual auras, their own beautiful and unique colors begin to merge, to flow together, not into a single uniform color, but into a great and beautiful and ever-shifting rainbow, a single solar current that stretches across the entire horizon, a living and breathing bridge between the earth and the heavens. This is not a myth of the past. It is a blueprint for your future. It is a direct and practical instruction manual for every true leader, every true creator, every true and heart-centered revolutionary in this time of great and terrible transition. The message is simple and absolute. Your role is not to be the fire. Your role is to tend the fire. It is not to own the light. It is to create the sacred and protected space in which the light of all can be shared. It is to keep the rhythm steady. It is to keep the circle open. It is to hold the vision, the shared purpose, with a clarity and a power that is so absolute that it becomes the gravitational center around which a new and more beautiful world can be born.
You must become greater than what they have educated you to be. The sacred fire is put before us. It is the Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation that we all, in our many different forms, we, the black peoples, different types of peoples, different types of flames, but one singular flame, come together in remembrance of our oneness. There we become collective security, protecting the light of each other in whichever way, form, or however we declare it. Then we become sacred keepers. We restore humanity under the morality that His Majesty claimed to the world that must be restored. We become the keepers of a new world, a new direction, a new vision. We have 3 circles. We have our states, we have our IEC, we have our committees, we have our members. This is a science. Solidarity, unity is a science of our being. Self-determination. We have to look at the strategy that has been put before us for our unity. And the 3 shall become as one. And the 3 shall become as one. And the 3 shall become as one. So when we look at that 3,
I chewed on this. Now my hair is growing back thicker and fuller. My balding dad looks like he's growing.
Today we continue the topic of what mattered in this world was not to be good. What mattered in this world is to be. What mattered is your loyalty, your faith in the one true God. So you can actually step outside your community and just do what you believe is right, as long as you have faith in the one true God. All right? Okay. So this 3 concepts, truth, evil, individual, are important for you to remember because they underpin modernity. These 3 concepts, once they grow to a certain extent, they will create modernity, the world we live in. Okay? Our world is controlled by these 3 forces. Now, what's important for us to understand is these 3 concepts are beyond the human intuition. You cannot logically, by yourself, deduce or come up with these three concepts. This world of the mother goddess, it's intuitive. Okay? This polytheistic world is also intuitive, but the Christian world now is counterintuitive. Okay? So as a result, for monotheism to triumph, because it is so counterintuitive, it must now destroy the polytheistic world. Okay? So the Romans spent a lot of time, taking centuries and centuries, to destroy the polytheistic world. But the thing is this: you can never ever kill an idea. The idea, if it is being suppressed, just goes underground. Okay? So remember, here in the Mother God civilization, the main instrument of religious worship are fertility cults run by women. Well, now that war has come and men have taken over from women, what happened is that the woman went underground to create new religious organizations called mystery schools. And mystery schools, what they're trying to do is they're trying to maintain the best knowledge and traditions of the mother god civilization. Okay? Especially the fact that we come from the mind. We created the universe through our imagination. Okay? That's the main secret that they're trying to maintain. These mystery schools become extremely popular among the elite because they offer great sex.
Now, again, the mystery schools became the keepers of trying to remind civilization of the sacred fire, the sacred flame. And that was the key to what they were trying to preserve, was the sacred flame. The knowledge and the science of our connection to all of nature, our knowledge and connections to each other. And when this Roman Christian construct comes in, they remove the connections. We don't even see the connections in the histories, the names in which we now paganize or demonize. There's an intricate history there. And next week, we'll go back to the David, Solomon, the Canaanite understanding, and starting back into the queen, the goddess, the queen mother, the mother throne as the key, and track it all the way back through. Because the key is to free our minds from the division. It is not that Christianity or anything is wrong, because it still holds our science. Where we talk about the theft of the star science, and Ethiopia doesn't have a religion, they have a birthright. There's a difference in what we're talking about in colonial constructs and so forth. The history and the science and the being the keepers of the record keepers is all still the diplomatical works of the empire. And now we're coming back into that as we start to trod the path for liberation. That's our key. And His Majesty gave us a blueprint. And now we can start to breathe again. And then we change the frequency of the planets, because the communication that we give to the Great Mother through our unified breath of oneness and true hearts, surrounded for collective security, we change a frequency, we change a paradigm. That's the direction His Majesty has given us. Give thanks. Back to you, Chair. I just seen the message where the brother put the name on it to ask about Melchizedek. I didn't want to go through all of the dynastic periods. It was really dealing with the psychosis, the history. But when we get to Hezekiah and Tarhaka, it leads us into the arm rides, and then we start being really the track through the Armana letters. You know, there's a hidden history there. That's why I showed the Baal Hadad in the Greek mythology ties to make it clear that they're talking in a collective Ethiopian Kushite empire. So Melchizedek, he without father, without beginning or end, is an archetypal construct of the dynastic truth of who we are. So this is where these dynasties keep popping up. That's really the delegation of authority in the ancient past. That's why we talked about Prester John. So it is the Melchizedek, and in every level, certain kings represent it. And so in here, when His Majesty declares Ethiopia, he comes back under, remember he spoke Ge'ez as a king priest. So he would represent, well, he represents that Melchizedek dynastical period, this dynasty, the Archetype is present. So in later history, someone would write Melchizedek was president in his time. So it is a continuation, and it is a continuation representation of the Basilius, King of Kings. So that's the Mogul Naba. That's the representative of God on earth. And that's how our ancestors wrote it. And that's our history. Going back into all of those eras, the mother, the polytheism, and into the monotheism where it was to subdue our reality, our birthright. So give thanks. It's a lot of history. It takes a lot of time. Tried to get through it before we got to the 130, but it took a minute. Give thanks.
I don't know if you've heard, but it's time to lock in.
Swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee, with orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong.
translate entire websites in one tap.
African creation, deep in my work. I will defend my own. Through the valley of the shadows unknown. Hey, Rastafari, straight to the bone. I am the cornerstone. I am the cornerstone. I will protect my own. Through the fire where the vampire roam. Hey, Selassie, I straight to the bone. I am the cornerstone. I am the cornerstone. I am original man from the ancient time. We built the pyramid, seal and design. Yeah, world we design, power divine. Anchors the temple in the house of life. Most precise, hidden in a mental must come to light. Embedded in a song that agree at right. Ubuntu, when everything just unite. Leave the nation when the book will recite. Sark and heal what was cut by the knife. Watch out for the Buddha and the evil eye. Counting stars in the night sky. That only of the Nayoli tribe. Woke up knowledge from the Uber side. And the divine you locate mine. Give a yam and the kaya vibe. Ogoroga malindi alai. Aju oga runner in the night. Yaka depended is on the combine. Nazak from my holy guide. Many levels to the spirit time. My holy son did the whole might. You near, praise your right. Start the game with the and you're right. Kayongo and sister side. Mahamman not always right. Laman their precious king tribe. That has it to the little girl. With the family of the Jedi. Feel it inside. Feel it all the time. I will defend my own. Through the valley of the shadows unknown. Hey, Rastafari, straight to the bone. I am the cornerstone. I am the cornerstone. I will protect my own. Through the fire where the vampire roam. Hey, Selassie, I straight to the bone. I am the cornerstone. I am the cornerstone. I am the Yaboya zone. Brooks and the elevator and set the tone. In the riverside with the barber go. After the heat and make me glow. I love my young bello come here I know. And never see the voodoo in Van Gogh. Send me book of Moses words can't talk. Yeah, words can't talk. Tear my face and water's up. Water spirit can't catch me so. But I know how to deal with the yuck so. Yeah. And the back row, the Juju dash on a day now. The Kalunga is esoterico. Pound on the Josh, I tell me so. I'm gonna stop make it his phone. I will defend my own. Through the valley of the shadows unknown. Hey, Rastafari, straight to the bone. I am the cornerstone. I am the cornerstone. I will protect my own. Through the fire where the vampire roam. Hey, Selassie, I straight to the bone. I am the cornerstone. I am the cornerstone. I am.